Test. Test one. Good morning. We're just about a few minutes from beginning your natural colored show. So 5-minute call for natural colored yearling rams. I think there's just one in that class. So also be getting those natural colored fall ram lambs ready. We'll be calling for you here shortly. So we're about ready to start the natural colored show here in about 4 or 5 minutes. So let's be getting those first two classes of rams ready, and we will get your show started on time. I think we're ready to begin the show here today in the swine building. Let's go ahead and bring that natural colored yearling ram into the show ring. Just one entry in this particular class. I'd like to welcome you to this year's Ohio Showcase Show and Sale. We've got a really good set of sheep to sort through here in the swine building. We also have shows going on over in the cattle pavilion this morning. The Katahdins are getting kicked off over there probably right about now or just in a couple minutes. We'd like to welcome our judge for the wool breeds portion of the shows at this year's show and sale. Our judge is Randall Von Krosik from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Randall is a strategic account manager for New Generation Supplements. His wife Cheyenne is with him, made the trip from South Dakota here today, and she's a pharmacist at Sanford Hospital. So let's welcome Randall and Cheyenne to Greenville, Ohio. Yeah, they also own and operate Von Krosik family Targies. So glad to have them here today, and here's Randall to talk about our first class.
Well, check. Good morning, everybody. Sure excited to be here and look through a really good set of sheep today. I'm sure everybody on the outside of the ring is wondering who the random Targie guy is in sorting, and you'll figure out pretty quickly as we get through the next couple of classes kind of the sheep that I gravitate towards. But just a single entry in this particular class, young lady brings us a ram that I think's very well put together. That's a good balanced sheep, and certainly one that offers fleece quality as well as you get in and start to part there. Good body shape on that sheep, certainly striking from the side. Could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to them. We'll move into the next class.
Your first place yearling ram is lot number 57, consigned by Swartz & Talley, Hunt, New York. Consigners, remember to bring your cards with you. That's how we record the placings. So be sure you remember to bring those show cards with you to the show ring. Let's go ahead and bring in the natural colored fall ram lambs. again, as everybody is getting motivated a little bit and woke up this morning as they're walking around the barn. I'd like to remind you of the many vendors we have, both equipment vendors and food vendors. No reason to leave the fairgrounds today. There's plenty of food vendors outside. Also the equipment vendors. We've got some located over in the cattle show arena, and also just outside the swine building over towards the chicken barn. Some of those vendors are outside, some vendors are inside, but be sure you find those vendors and take a look at what all they've got. We've got more vendors than we've ever had at the Ohio Showcase sale, so certainly glad to have all those folks here adding to the event that we have here in Greenville, Ohio. The order of the show today, of course, we're beginning here with the natural coloreds. Following the natural coloreds, we'll move into the Lincolns. We'll show the white Lincolns, followed by the natural colored Lincolns. Then we'll follow those with the Merinos. Then the border Leicesters. Again, we'll do the white border Leicesters, followed by the natural colored border Leicesters. And then we'll move into the Romneys, the white Romneys, followed by our natural colored Romneys, the Columbias, Rambouillets, Corriedales, and that will wind up our wool portion of this year's show and sale. The other breeds that we'll show over in this arena following our wool breeds will have the Eastern Regional Texel show, followed by our Wether sires and dams, and that will finish up the breeds over here in this particular show arena, hopefully sometime late this afternoon. Over in the cattle pavilion, they're starting there with the Katahdins, they're starting over there with the, is that right, the Katahdins, followed by the Tunis, then the Cheviots, Monadales, Polled Dorsets, and Horned Dorsets. So that will be the order over in that building. We'd like to remind everybody of our used equipment auction that will be this evening over on the in the Fairgrounds Coliseum. If any consigners or sale goers have used equipment they want to consign to that, our crew will be over there from 10 o'clock to about 3 or 4 to check in your used equipment for that auction later this evening.
Exceptional way to kick off the natural coloreds here. Obviously started with the yearling ram single entry, but boy, the falls bring just a tremendous amount of quality as you work down and through here. We've got really good sheep that are sitting back off this lineup in 6, 7, 8, and 9 over there. But really the heat's up here in the top 3, in my opinion. I think if you kind of, want to know the sheep that I tend to, deviate towards as we work through the day, it's these here. And really a striking sheep that leads off. Not only do I think that he's got an advantage from the outside over 2 and 3 in terms of just some body shape and dimension, in motion, I think he's more relaxed in his top line, but as you get your hands on him and start to part the fleece, I think that's where that sheep really takes an advantage. Really high quality fleece, one that's certainly very lustrous and consistent as you work from his shoulder back into his midrib and britch, but really just a combination sheep of look and quality, still coming with some dimension. The most unique sheep, I guess, in terms of just parts and pieces is the one that comes in 2. Love his body shape. He's one that's extremely good in that aspect, comes with just a tremendous amount of stoutness and muscularity and power as you step in behind that sheep. Up front, though, that sheep gets just a little bit more closed up in his chest floor as we compare him to this one that leads off. It's not quite as tidy at the base of his shoulder and in his breastplate as the sheep that leads off, but that's being very critical of 2 that I think are awfully good up here at the top end of the class. Move into 3, and that's a big extended sheep that I think has a ton of future from just a growth perspective. That sheep is just monstrous in terms of his stoutness of feature, really big in terms of foot and bone work, good in terms of height of shoulder, and really like his front end design. As you work from there back, I don't know that he matches those 2 ahead of him in terms of just stoutness and power, body shape and dimension. Maybe gets just a little bit more uncoordinated at this point anyways in terms of how he handles his hind leg compared to those 2 up front in this particular class. Kind of the oddball here is the one that comes in 4 because, boy, I love him from this angle right here. Tremendous look and design, extremely good in terms of fleece quality, better than the sheep ahead of him from that aspect in terms of just consistency as you work from his shoulder back into his britch. Really good in terms of just quality and look and design. His biggest disadvantage within this particular top 4 is he's just the most juvenile in terms of his look. He's the youngest in terms of his look. Probably sits to his disadvantage a little bit today. He's just a little green and ultimately just needs to have a little bit more sheep there to get up further into 3, 2, or 1 in this particular class. And then we switch speeds dramatically as we go into 5. That's the stoutest sheep in this particular class. Biggest footed, heaviest structured, and if you're a buyer on the outside of the ring looking to make your sheep just a little bit stouter or more modern, if you will, in terms of their look, I think this buck does that. He's as wide-chested, as bold-bodied, and just as symmetrical as anything within this particular class. It's this angle right here that unfortunately that buck gets just a little bit plainer as you study him up through his front third. Maybe doesn't come with quite the same just longevity in terms of length extension as that sheep gets older and progresses through his age and maturity curve. Really nice top 5 there. Get into 6. That's a really good buck that's certainly extended. Doesn't come with as much stoutness and mass as some of these up ahead of him. Really good fleece quality on that sheep. Same with the sheep that comes next. Extremely good in terms of just his crimp. Certainly diameter and then consistency on that particular sheep. Again, not quite as stout as some of these as we move up into the top 5. Good sheep that comes next. If you're looking to maximize just growth and potential of height and length, I see that sheep probably getting as big as anything within this particular class. He's as tall-fronted and as extended as anything. Ultimately just needs to match that added height and skeleton that he has with just a little bit more dimension for me. Sheep that rounds out the set, really good in terms of body shape, comes with some stoutness and power, just doesn't match with quite the same look as some of these that wind up getting a pull into the top 5 up here. Really good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Randall. Let's give his exhibitors a round of applause. We'll go ahead and excuse our fall ram lambs from the class. Our next class will be January Ram Lambs. Placings on your fall Ram Lambs. First place was lot number 1, Scotch Lane Farm, Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, lot number 59, Huckowitz Farm, Hadley, Massachusetts. Third place was lot number 10, Dewdrop Farms, New York Mills, Minnesota. Fourth place, lot number 14, Purple Ribbon Farms, Arcola, Illinois. Fifth, lot number 30, Gann Farms, Leaf River, Illinois. The remainder of the class was lot 23, lot 24, lot 17 substitute, and lot 56. We're now ready for our class of January Ram Lambs. Just one entry in this particular class.
Single entry January Ram Lamb here. Very good built, ton of future in that particular sheep. I think his angles read correctly from a skeleton perspective, which sets him up long term to just progressively get better. He's just a little skinny as we study him out here today, but that's a nice sheep and certainly deserving of some recognition and could have stood some more competition out here. Congratulations.
Your class winner in the January Ram Lamb class is lot number 7, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. We're now ready for the February Ram Lamb. Just one entry in the February Ram Lambs. Following our February class, we'll then bring out the 4 class winners and also that second place Fall Ram Lamb to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Rams. So have those Rams on deck and ready to go. Avery.
Just a single entry again as we move into the next age group. Younger, the February's here, but one that you really like in terms of his chest width and his body shape. I think his center body dimension sets up to be one that is certainly going to be desirable from that aspect long term. He's just a really good bodied ram with some skeletal width as you get down underneath him. Sets up with some muscularity as you get into his top line. Still props up well from the side. I think certainly one, again, that could have stood some more competition. Again, one, as you get in and start to part from a fleece perspective, I think he's got some quality there as well. Congratulations to those two. We'll move into the champion lineup.
Your first place February Ram Lamb is lot number 31, consigned by Gann Farms, Leaf River, Illinois. Let's bring in those 4 class winners, and our second place Fall Ram Lamb will get you lined up and select your Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Natural Colored Rams.
Exceptionally good way to start off my experience here out at the Ohio Showcase. Really good in terms of just quality all the way through. Obviously, we had some small classes, but quality comes out of those classes as well. If you're a buyer on the outside of the ring, I think there's certainly some genetic pieces sitting out within this lineup that can continue to progress sheep forward to make sheep better. And I'm not big on taking more time than I need to. I've talked to all of them in class. I think the yearling's one that brings just a tremendous amount of body and stoutness. Really, really good fleece on that particular sheep. The foals, obviously, we talked about being extremely good, not only from just a build standpoint, but also from a fleece perspective. I think get into that second place fall and certainly some intriguing pieces there as you're starting to breed forward on those sheep. Get into a couple of lambs out of the Januaries and Februaries that I think bring a lot of good to the table as you progress them forward as well. But it should be no surprise on the outside of the ring that the champions within this particular division are both going to come out of the falls. I think those are two exceptionally good sheep. Congratulations.
The champion natural colored ram is the first fall ram lamb, lot number 1, consigned by Scotch Lane Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve champion's a second place fall ram lamb, lot number 59, consigned by Huckowitz Farm, Hadley, Massachusetts. Natural colored consigners, we're now ready for the yearling ewes. One class of yearling ewes, we're looking for 14 of them, so the ring's going to be pretty full. What we'll do with the yearling ewe and fall ewe lamb class, these classes are pretty big, so Randall is going to work through the class. We'll pull off the bottom end, go ahead and record the placings and send them back to allow him more room to work with those top half of the class. So that's kind of the procedure we're going to use on these larger classes. So let's go ahead and bring in those yearling ewes.
really an exceptional class in the yearling division here, and I guess in my opinion, the type of sheep that I gravitate towards, it's really a kind of a two-horse race up here on top, and you know, as you get in and start to analyze these two, on the standstill, young man up front brings us kind of silver-fibered one there that I think is just lights out and killer on the standstill. She has a fleece advantage, in my opinion, over the one in second. That's actually the best fleece sheep in class, is the one up front. Extremely consistent, great character to her fleece. There is one thing that I would like to change about her, and that's when we get her in motion. I'd like her to be more comfortable, particularly in the way she handles the top side of her hip, and that's an advantage for the sheep that comes out in second. Just personal preference on the body type and on the skeleton and the structure, I probably lean more towards my personal preference, the one in second. That's a big-bodied brood ewe, really wide-chested, bold-bodied, extremely pliable and good in terms of her skeleton. She's level out of her hip and good in terms of her hind leg. She's just a little harsher as you get your hands on her, and then ultimately as you study her at the base of her shoulder, down in her breastplate, she's maybe showing the effects of maturity just a little bit more in that aspect than the one that leads off. But boy, those two I think are exceptionally good. Another good fleeced one that comes out in third. She showed up late. She acted up the entire time, and she just consistently got further and further up in this class, because from her shoulder back, that's an exceptionally good sheep. She's as big-footed and as heavy in terms of her skeleton and her underpinning as anything in class. She's very good in terms of her fleece quality as well. As you start to study her compared to 2 and 1 up front here, she's shorter necked, she's just a little deeper in her shoulder, and she's just not quite as attractive as we work through that front third. But boy, those are three very good sheep. Again, in 4 is a sheep that's just kind of middle of the road, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. The reason that she consistently just works her way further and further up is because it's harder and harder to find holes in her. She's very good skeleton. She's very good in terms of movement as you get her out in motion. Good-bodied, good-fronted. A sheep that I think from the side, as you study her to 1, 2, and 3, gets just a little bit plainer in her look. She's maybe one that doesn't come with quite as much just softness or character to that fleece as you get in and start to break there as well. In 5 is one that's just extremely good in terms of skeleton, very proportionate and just good in terms of balance, very female and ladylike in terms of her head and her front end design. Doesn't come with quite the same punch in terms of just skeletal width and just power compared to 1 through 4 there. As we work down further in into 6, really good bodied sheep that doesn't come with quite as much look. Certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of just consistency within that fleece. The one that comes next is as stout and powerful as anything in class. Big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-chested. Needs to be just a little bit more comfortable as we set her out in motion for this guy. Then the one that rounds out the top 8 that we have left in here, tall-fronted, very extended, gets just a little bit plainer, I guess, for me in terms of her body shape. She's one that maybe doesn't come with quite the same look as some of these up ahead here. But exceptionally good class of yearling ewes. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Let's give these consigners a big round of applause. That was a tremendous class of natural colored yearling ewes. First place in that class was lot number 38, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second, lot number 50, Leaf Livestock, Geneseo, Illinois. Third, lot 46, Cluse Family Suffolk's, Barrett, Minnesota. Fourth, lot number 49, Leaf Livestock, Geneseo, Illinois. Fifth, lot 26, Southwest Sheep Company, Otterville, Missouri. Remainder of the class, lot numbers only 25, 60, 63, 15, 51, 33 substitute, 19, 16, and 32. There were 14 natural colored yearling ewes. We're now ready for the fall ewe lambs in the natural colored show. We're looking for 21. Let's go ahead and bring the natural colored fall ewe lambs into the show ring. Again, we are looking for 21 in this class, so tighten them up out there a little bit, and we'll do the same thing in this class. We'll work through, and the bottom half will walk out and try to keep the top half of the class, 10 or 11, out there to look through a little closer. So 21 head. This will be our largest class of the day in this particular show ring. So not every class is going to be this tight out here. Tremendous class of all you lambs, folks. Sit back and enjoy watching Randall sort through these. for those of you that could not attend the show here today and you're watching on YouTube at home, we'd like to thank our sponsoring breed associations. The equipment that's providing that feed is provided by the All-American Junior Show and Select Livestock Services. But the people that are manning the cameras today are part of our sponsoring organizations, the associations that sponsor the show and sale. So they've agreed to help man the camera so you can watch the show from the comforts of your home. And with that being said, we wish you were here. So you might want to consider that the next time you want to watch the show at the Ohio Showcase sale. But enjoy the day. Hope the feed is good.
Well, this is what I came here for. This has been a lot of fun, and certainly I guess I can just go home now because the heavy lifting's out of the way. But boy, if you want to judge shows and you want to do it at a high level, I would encourage you to watch the last 20 minutes of this particular class. You got to bring your lunch pail. It's tough. There's a lot of different variations and sizes, especially when you get into wool breeds. You've got more to account for there. And the fact of the matter is these producers are just cranking out some very, very good critters. I would hate to know what the top end of this class is worth. I mean, I guess we will know tomorrow, but those sheep are absolutely outstanding. So just get into it. I think the top three here are all exceptional females. Up front, young man brings us one that is just picturesque from the side. She's so good in terms of the base of her shoulder, very good in terms of just the shape of her neck, and then yet from there back is where she beats the one in second. Study her forerib or upper rib design, the stoutness and power down her top line and into her pin set, I think is her advantage within that pair. Really like her as you get in and start to part her fleece as well. I think that's just a very, very good combination sheep that is pretty high level in my opinion. The one that comes out in second, to me, 1, 2, and 3 are very tough. Obviously spent quite a bit of time talking about those three. I love just the basics and build and symmetry of the one that comes out in second. In fact, of the three up top here, as we set these in motion, she's the most comfortable. She's the most relaxed in her blade angle. She has the longest hip, and as a result, she's the most comfortable in her hind leg design. As you step directly in front of that one and directly behind that one, I think she's easily third from a dimension perspective compared to the one up front and the one directly behind her. That's what gets her into second, in my opinion. I don't think she comes quite as unique up through her front third, but boy, that's a really, really good pair. The one that's just completely different is the one that's in third, and if you want to make mass genetic progress in a quick period of time, I think you can use her to do it. Love her in terms of her bone work, her body shape, and just her stoutness of power. Again, as we start to relate the top three or compare the top three, I don't know that she comes quite as comfortable through her front end, and as a result, she gets just a little bit more jammed up in terms of her neck and up front compared to those two. And then as we set these three in motion, I just wish she'd catch another gear and just get just a little bit more comfortable as we get out and go. But boy, those are three really, really good sheep there. The one that comes out in four, love the fleece quality on that particular sheep. I think she's great in terms of just consistency and softness of handle. Again, one that is just picturesque from the side. She's so good and ladylike in terms of her head and her neck. Very good in terms of her bone work. Matches that with just a really good fleece as well. She's, again, one I think as we set in motion could be just a little bit more comfortable. At the end of the day, as we compare these top four, and I love this sheep a great deal, she just doesn't come with quite the same show ring readiness from just a bloom and fullness perspective as these three ahead of her. That's kind of why she sits in fourth. But boy, that's a really, really good sheep to be in fourth. Again, we move into fifth, and I think a sheep that you love the basic build in, and I mean that in just the most positive way possible. She's very basic. She's sound structured, she's big-bodied, she's symmetrical, and certainly one that you like in terms of just her top line, the image that she paints from this angle right here. Now with that, she does get just a little bit plainer in terms of just look and design. Doesn't come with quite the same height, the shoulder, and maybe not quite the out there pieces as some of the ones up ahead of her there, but that's a very good sheep to stand in fifth. Really good sheep in sixth, big-bodied and probably just as maternal in terms of her body shape and her center body as anything within class. Love her a great deal from that aspect. As we get her in motion, she wants to get just a little bit heavier in terms of her front, but as much as anything, as we get into her rear third, just needs to be a little bit longer out of her hip, in my opinion, to be just a little bit more comfortable as we get out and go in a class of this caliber. Now, with that said, if you're watching online, that's being critical of 6 sheep that stand here in the lineup that could win almost anywhere they go in the United States. And depending on who is up here on the microphone, these sheep are going to get jumbled in a lot of different directions. And so I'm just a country bumpkin from central Wyoming that raises commercial target sheep. Okay, this is my opinion, and at the end of the day, this is the way I like them, but there's a lot of different ways that these sheep can be lined up because they're just that good. A lot of quality on the backside. Maybe just don't put it into all of the totals as these top 6. Congratulations to these exhibitors. It's been a blast sorting through them. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall. Let's give these consigners and our judge a round of applause for that tremendous class of natural colored fall ewe lambs. Your class winner is lot number 6, consigned by Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Irwin, South Dakota. Second place, lot 21, Keene Coloreds, Reading, Minnesota. Third, lot 39, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Four is lot number 9, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 is lot number 52, Leaf Livestock, Geneseo, Illinois. 6th is lot number 2, Scotch Lane Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. The remainder of the class, lot 62, 18 substitute, lot 8, lot 22, lot 40, lot 54, lot 28, 61, 20, lot 3, 47, 53, 27, 11, and 34. 21 head in your class of fall ewe lambs. Sale orders will be available later today, probably late afternoon, early evening. You'll be able to pick up sale orders over in the clerking area, but please allow us to get time to manufacture those. Pretty busy day today for Select Livestock Services as we're checking in sheep for tomorrow's shows also, and 2 show rings going. Yeah, Randall, we're looking for 6 total. 6.
Might be a good idea. Thank you.
Over in the cattle pavilion, we're going to take a brief pause over there till we finish the natural colored show, and then we'll be starting the Tunis show in the cattle pavilion as soon as we finish the natural coloreds here. In this ring, Lincolns, you're on deck, so your show will be starting with the white Lincolns here in about 10 minutes. So be ready to roll with the Lincolns.
Well, an exceptional way to get started here in the younger age group, and I think again, if you're wanting to judge shows at a high level, stepping here, it's not easy, particularly as you get into these younger age groups. As an evaluator, these are the ones that long-term can make a guy look silly, and certainly wouldn't discount that fact as we work down in this class from a long-term quality perspective. Sheep that leads off does so from the side. Very, very good in terms of just design and balance, and I guess if I was trying to tie into one at that age group to just consistently get better, that's probably her. I love her in terms of her underpinning and just her flexibility off both ends. Really good in terms of her look, consistent from a fleece perspective. Maybe not her biggest advantage, but certainly like her from that aspect as well. I just think if you're a young person, futurity type age, wanting to tie into one that you think you want to go up and down the road with for the next year and a half, I think that's one that you could certainly do that with at a high level. Nothing taken away from the one that's in second, because she can certainly do that as well, and in fact probably has more just out there pieces, if you will, from just a foot size and a bone work perspective. Love her center body, and then she's one of the better fleece sheep that we've had through the ring today, just in terms of consistency, softness, as you work from shoulder back to britch. And so again, outside of the ring, if you're looking for one to get up and down the road with and be tough to get around, I think that's certainly her. Between the top two, as we get them in motion, partly because of age at this group, in this age group, they just don't want to handle the ring real well, as you can see in our third place ewe lamb. But she just needs to be more comfortable as we get out and go, particularly out of the top side of her hip. Much the same thing as the sheep that comes out in third, really big bodied and stout in terms of just her chest width, her top side, and from behind and down into her bone work. She's got the advantage over 2 and 1 from that aspect. She gets just a little bit plainer in terms of her front third design. Again, partly because she just is a little ring sour, wants to tuck her neck and tuck her front end in her just a little bit more than we'd like to see out here. But a really good top end of this class. Really good sheep that comes out in 4. Love her balance and design. And this is the one specifically that I was speaking to that I think can make you look silly long term, She gets just a little lammy in terms of just her bloom, but more so than anything, I think she gets, again, just a little bit plainer in terms of her blade shape up front, and as a result, doesn't come with quite the same look as those three ahead of her. Big-bodied and powerful sheep that comes in next. Love that about her. Again, one that gets just a little bit plainer up front as we study her, but boy, you take this thing home, get her cleaned up, and take her down the road, and I think, again, that one, just from a basic build standpoint, is another one that can make an evaluator look silly long term. Really good sheep that the young lady brings us, showing with her halter down here at the end. I like that sheep a great deal. Great color pattern, and certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of her top line and her body shape. She gets just a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work. She's maybe just a little bit narrower as we study her in here compared to some of these that are greased up and ready to go. So good class there. Congratulations to those consigners.
We're now ready for the February ewe lambs, the final class in your natural colored show today. Bring those February ewe lambs into the show ring. Here's your placings on the January ewe lamb class. First place was shown by Scotch Lane Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut, lot number 4. Second, lot 42, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third, lot 55, Leaf Livestock, Geneseo, Illinois. Fourth, lot number 12, Dewdrop Farm, New York Mills, Minnesota. Fifth, lot 36, Gann Farms, Leaf River, Illinois. Sixth, lot 58, Swartz and Tally, Hunt, New York. We're now ready for the February natural colored ewe lambs, looking for 7 head.
really good class of younger age females as we work out here again. And I think depending particularly at this age where you put your priorities, you can really mix up some things in through here, and I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. Obviously, the true dictator of who's correct is going to be tomorrow when these things run through the ring, and I would just tell you, if you're on the outside of the ring, there's a lot of quality in this particular show, but obviously within this class, there's a lot of good as you progress these things forward. And no better place or example of that than the one that leads off this particular class that I think just has a ton of future. That's a great sheep in terms of build and balance and design. Comes with just a little bit more show ring readiness, if you will, compared to the one that's in second there. But that sheep's extremely good up front from a balance perspective and design perspective. Comes with just a little bit more fullness and stoutness in terms of her body and from behind than the one that comes out in second. The one that comes out in second, again, I said earlier, within this particular show, some of these younger age group ones can kind of make you look silly long term. This one could do that for sure because she has all the pieces in place to play in the long game, in my opinion. Big feet, really, really big in terms of her underpinning and her bone work, and yet with that, she's still very, very just dainty and shallow and female in terms of her front end design. Very good in terms of her top line. Skeleton structure is very good. Just doesn't come with quite as much bark or readiness as the one up ahead of her. But those are two really, really nice sheep. As we get into 3, 4, 5, and 6 kind of similar types of sheep, big-bodied and stout and powerful is the sheep that comes out in 3. I don't know that she reads quite as big or as elegant long-term as the two that sit up ahead of her, but very good ultimately in terms of just her fleece character as you get in from that standpoint. Like that a good deal about that sheep. Like how she props up compared to the sheep that comes out in second here. Again, really nice fleeced one that's in 4. Like her a great deal as you get your hands on her in terms of softness. Great headed sheep and one that's very, very good neck. Fights the show ring just a little bit more than maybe the sheep directly ahead of her. But I think kind of ultimately falls to the same issue as we compare her to the top two. Just doesn't come with quite the same look and design from a long-term perspective as some of those up front. Nice sheep that comes in next. Good feet and legs, good structure, good bodied. A little bit plainer out here compared to those ones up front. Good fleece sheep that comes out next. Really like her center body. Doesn't come with quite the just size and scale and just long-term grow pattern as some of them up ahead of her. Nice sheep that rounds out the set. Like her in terms of the consistency of fleece. Certainly one that you see getting bigger from a growth perspective. I think she offers that. Unfortunately, she comes in just a few more pieces as you get off to the side of her. Nice class there. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
We're now ready to select the grand champion and reserve champion natural colored ewes. So let's bring those first and second place ewes from all 4 classes back in. Here are the placings on the February ewe lamb class. First was lot 13, Dewdrop Farm, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second, lot 5, Scotch Lane Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, lot 44, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Fourth, lot 43, Substitute, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Fifth, lot 35, Substitute, Gann Farms, Leaf River, Illinois. The remainder of class was lot 45 and lot 37. We're now ready to select the grand champion and reserve grand champion natural colored females. The first place yearling ewe is lot 38, consigned by Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The second place yearling ewe is lot 50, Leaf Livestock, Geneseo, Illinois. The fall ewe lamb class first place is lot number 6, consigned by Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Irwin, South Dakota. Second place, lot 21, Keen's Coloreds, Reading, Minnesota. The January ewe lambs first place is Scotch Lane Farm, lot 4, South Windsor, Connecticut. The second place lambs lot 42, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. And in the February class, the class winners lot 13, Dewdrop Farm, New York Mills, Minnesota. The second place lamb is lot 5 from Scotch Lane Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Exceptional show as we work through the natural colors. Really good on the male side, but took a step up as we got into the females. And I've been through and I've talked to them in class, and so I won't spend a whole lot more time there. As much as I listen to or like to listen to myself talk, I'll spare you a little bit of the time. But get out of the yearlings with two very, very good sheep. I think the one that wins that class is probably the best fleece sheep that we've had our hands on throughout the day. Love that one in terms of stoutness and power and unique look. Wish she motored just a tick freer as we get out and go. The one that comes out in two, or out of the falls, just picturesque from the side. Beautiful in terms of her front end. She's very, very good in terms of body shape and just reads like one that's just going to get better and better and better. Her advantage is that. It's really from the side and just youthfulness and ultimately presence as you get off to the side of her between that pair from the yearling and the fall. The yearling certainly has a fleece advantage as you get your hands on them. Get down into January's really, really good sheep that's got a ton of future, really good built. I love the sheep that comes out of the February's. I think that one long term is really, really hard to handle. If you're a young person trying to show long term, I think you look at these lambs, particularly these younger age ones, and get in and get in often as they go through the sale tomorrow. I like the seconds out of the yearlings. Big brood ewe maybe doesn't come with quite the same look. Second out of the falls, I thought that was obviously an extremely tough class. She's obviously in contention out here as we get in and start talking these. I think she's very, very good in motion. Have to question on her just if she comes with just enough punch, I guess, directly behind her, but very, very nice sheep there. Good fleece sheep that comes out of the January's, real basic, and certainly very good in terms of feet and legs. And then one, the second that comes out of the February's, I think that thing's got a bright, bright future. Very, very unique in terms of her build. I'll set the mic down, go get you a Grand and Reserve out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
The champion ewe was the first place fall ewe lamb, lot 6, consigned by Pines Inn Natural Colors, Irwin, South Dakota. The reserve champion was the first place yearling ewe, lot number 38, consigned by Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. We are now ready for White Lincolns. White Lincoln yearling rams. Head them towards the show ring, please. consigners and folks sitting ringside as we get into your National Lincoln Show. We'll work through our white Lincolns to begin with here. Not many rams in the white Lincoln portion. With 3 yearling rams, we have 1 fall ram lamb and 1 January ram lamb. So we'll then select your champion and reserve champion white Lincoln rams, and we'll move into our white Lincoln females. So the ram show is going to go pretty quick here with just 1 fall ram lamb and 1 January ram lamb to follow our class of 3 yearling rams.
Well, a really nice way to start off the Lincoln division here. I think over in the whites, you've got a really good set of bucks up here all the way through. Really a nice sheep to lead off. And I think, obviously, as you just get in, and if you want to compare him, you're more than welcome to do that. He's the little one of the 3, but I don't call him little by any means. I think where his advantage is from this angle right here. Really good in terms of balance and build. He's got an advantage, in my opinion, from a structural perspective over 2 and 3. Really pretty fleece that's very consistent as you get in there on that particular sheep as well. Nice sheep to start off there. The best sheep from the side is this particular ram that comes out in second. Big testicled ram that props up well. Very good in terms of just balance, design from that standpoint. I don't know that he handles himself quite as accurately as the one that leads off as we get out in motion, and certainly if we make him just a little bit more comfortable, I think he gets up there and contends with that one that leads off. One that comes in 3, again, a very good fleeced buck. That's really his advantage in this particular class. Love that about him. He's a big, rugged, manly dude, and one that's got some stoutness and some power. Doesn't come with quite the same look as the 2 that head up ahead of him there, but really good class to lead off. Certainly congratulations to those exhibitors as we get started with the Lincolns.
We are now ready for the white Lincoln fall ram lambs. Just 1 entry in that class, so go ahead and bring that ram in, please. Here are the placings on your white Lincoln yearling rams. First place, consigned by Raiders Lincolns on lot 71. Raiders Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second place, lot 89, Hendricks Sheep Farm, Leonardsville, Kansas. And third was lot number 77, Lane Lincolns, Arlington, Iowa. Let's go ahead and bring in that fall ram lamb in your white Lincoln show.
Single entry fall ram lamb here. I think one that you like a lot about, particularly his fleece. Very good fleeced buck there, and certainly one that's consistent. He's got a good formation, and you like that a lot about him. We get him in motion. Maybe we just free him up just a little bit, make him a little bit more comfortable out here on these chips if we're going to get critical. But I think a sheep that there's a lot to like about. Congratulations to that exhibitor. We'll move on.
We're now ready for our lone January Ram Lamb. That first place fall Ram Lamb in the Lincoln Show was lot number 81, consigned by Chaotic Farm, Medina, Ohio.
Single entry buck lamb here. There's a lot of good in that particular sheep. Start from the outside, obviously, just build and balance and design. I think he's exceptionally good from that standpoint. Very consistent. Certainly as you get in and start to study his fleece, there's a lot of quality from that standpoint. Good-headed, good breed character up there. Like that sheep a good deal. Could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to them.
We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion White Lincoln Ram, so let's go ahead and bring that first and second yearling ram and the two class-winning ram lambs back into the show ring. Your first place January lamb was lot 78, exhibited by Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. We're now selecting the grand champion and reserve champion White Lincoln Rams.
Do I need to do any cards for placings for champion and reserve?
No.
Well, quick and sweet and to the point as we work through the male side of the White Lincolns. I think really good set all the way through. There's a lot to like in the lambs that we talked about earlier. But I think as you get out here and just really start to evaluate these two yearlings up front here, there's just a lot of good in those particular sheep. We're going to stick with the two yearlings as grand and reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The grand champion White Lincoln Ram is that first place yearling ram, lot number 71, consigned by Raiders Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. And the reserves the second place yearling ram, consigned by Hendricks Sheep Farm, Leonardsville, Kansas. We're now ready for the White Lincoln yearling ewes, looking for 4 lots. White Lincoln yearling ewes. Once again, I want to remind you of our many food vendors we have here on the grounds, and it looks like Cheyenne has found a really good sweet roll from the wood-fired pizza vendors. So no need to leave the fairgrounds. Support our food vendors. We have several really good ones out there. Also, our equipment vendors. We have some located over in the cattle show arena where the Lincolns, Marinos, and Border Leicesters are penned. And there's also some located just outside the swine building here. All kinds of sheep supplies, nutrition, equipment. And speaking of equipment, don't forget our used equipment auction. That will be later this evening over in the Fairgrounds Coliseum. I think we already, have several lots that have checked in. The check-in has just begun, and they'll be checking in equipment till later this afternoon around 4 o'clock. They're going to shut that off so we can get that sale going. We plan to start that sale around 6:30 or following the shows here in this ring today. So that sale will occur this evening. Also, you'll be able to register for a buyer's number today over in the clerking area in the cattle pavilion if you want to get that out and not wait till tomorrow morning. We will start the sales right here in this building tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. At the same time, there will be breeds shown over in the cattle pavilion. So really a busy day tomorrow. That will be our busiest day with a lot of action going on in both buildings. But the breeds will start selling right here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with a natural colored sale.
Well, exceptional class here as we work into the female side of the whites. I think a lot of opportunity to invest in some genetics out here if you're ringside that I think can do a lot of good. To me, it's kind of a two-horse race up here on top. I think obviously you can see from the outside there's some differences in terms of just fleece preparation, and so there's some differences in terms of what that looks like as you get in and start to part them. But physically, in terms of just basics of build and design, I like the sheep that leads off. I think she comes with more foot size and stoutness of structure. I think she's more consistent in her fleece in that character and luster as you work from shoulder back to breech. Stout sheep with some power and still has some look from the side. Really an elegant sheep that comes out in second. Love her in terms of her head and her neck. Very, very good in terms of her fleece. Certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of just the breed character that she represents from a fleece perspective. She's one that, in my opinion, gets just a little smaller in terms of her foot size, a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work compared to that one that we lead off with. The outlier in class is in third. I like her a great deal for all of her extras. To me, her added length of body, her extension through her front third, I like all of those things. She's a little ring sour. That doesn't exactly help her a whole lot, but she just needs to be a little bit fuller, in my opinion, to compete with 2 and 3, or to compete with 1 and 2. Just a little shallower looking as you study her through her midrib, and just doesn't really ever get comfortable out here in the ring. The one that comes out in 4, big-bodied sheep, great again in terms of breed character, really good headed sheep, one that's wide-chested. Doesn't come with quite the same look as these sheep in 3, 2, and 1 up here, but I think a very, very good class to start off with there. Congratulations.
We are now ready for January ewe lambs in the White Lincoln Ewe Show. January ewe lambs. Here are the placings on your yearling ewe class. First place, lot 91, Hendricks Sheep Farm, Leonardsville, Kansas. Second, lot 72, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Third, lot number 73, also Raiders Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. And fourth, lot 82, Chaotic Farm, Medina, Ohio. We're now ready for January ewe lambs in the White Lincoln Show.
really good class here all the way through. A lot of different types and kinds, and certainly differences as we study them in terms of just physiological age or maturity, I think, as we work down in through here. And now the one that leads off is certainly the most mature, and that probably sits to her advantage, but that's not why she wins. I think her chest width, her body shape, her stoutness and power, and then still combining that into look and balance and design and fleece quality sets her apart. That's why she leads off. I love the little sheep that comes out into a little ewe lamb that's got a ton of future. I talked in the natural coloreds about sheep that show up at a young age without quite as much bloom and then ultimately make a guy look silly long term. That's a sheep that can do that because her basic build is as good as anything in class. She's very good in terms of her foot size or underpinning. Again, fleece quality is good on that sheep as well. Just doesn't come with quite as much age or maturity compared to that sheep that leads off. She's a little bit more juvenile in her look, and unfortunately that probably sits to her disadvantage today. The one that comes out in 3, like that sheep a great deal in terms of body shape, certainly one that you like up front, one that maybe comes in just a couple more pieces off both ends of her body, partly because she's just not handling the show ring quite as well, but wants to get just a little bit heavier in terms of her neck and a little bit more off out of the top side of her hip. Really good fleece sheep that rounds out our top 4 here. Love her as you get your hands on her. She's one that from the side is maybe just a little bit more out of balance as we study her compared to the 3 that sit ahead of her here. But extremely good class. Congratulations to that crew.
We're now ready for February ewe lambs in the White Lincoln Show. February ewe lambs is your next class. Here are the placings on the January ewe lambs. First place consigned by Heritage Hill, Northeast Maryland, lot 86. Second place, lot number 75, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, lot number 80, Substitute, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Fourth, lot 87, Substitute, Heritage Hill, Northeast Maryland. We're looking for 6 entries in the February White Lincoln ewe lamb class.
Again, an exceptional class, and particularly the top pair up here, I think, are just awfully good. And certainly, as we compare back to the class directly before this, I think obviously the same kind of sentiments ring true as we work into this particular class. I think two sheep that are just in different stages of their life from a maturity curve perspective. A lot of good in both of these sheep. The one that leads off, very good fleece first and foremost, very consistent in terms of her fleece. Certainly one that you like in terms of her added foot size and stoutness of structure. She has more power up out of her top and from behind than the sheep in two, and I project that long-term being in her favor within that particular pair. Now, the sheep that comes out in second, again, a good fleece sheep, and certainly one that you like from that aspect. She's better up front. She's more naturally upstanding in terms of the height of her shoulder and just natural in terms of where she sets her neck out of the top side of her shoulder. There's a lot of future and a lot of good in that particular sheep. She's just a little behind the 8 ball in terms of the grocery bag, if you will, at this stage of the game. As we work into 3 and 4, I think two sheep that are very similar in terms of their type and kind. I like the squareness of structure and feet and leg design of the sheep that's in third. I like the fleece quality of the sheep that comes out in 4. If you want to switch those two up, I'd be obviously open to listening to that discussion. Move into 5 and 6, and I think two sheep that you like a lot about in terms of their length of body, their potential for growth long-term. Unfortunately, much like the sheep that comes out in second in this particular class, just a little behind the 8 ball in terms of groceries. And certainly, as we study them from just a basics of balance and design standpoint, I don't know that they come with quite the same look as some of these sheep up ahead. Congratulations to that crew. Really good set of white Lincolns out here in the young ewe lamb class.
We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion white Lincoln ewes. So let's bring those 3 class winners and 3 second place ewes back into the show ring. Here are the placings on your February ewe lambs. First place, lot 74, Raiders Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second place, lot 76, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. Third, lot 85. Fourth, lot 84. Fifth, lot 1467, and sixth, lot 83, all consigned by Chaotic Farm, Medina, Ohio. We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion white Lincoln ewes.
Good division here. Congratulations to the exhibitors. I think exceptional set of females, and certainly if you're a young person on the outside of the ring or an older person, if you will, on the outside of the ring looking to show something over the next little while here, there's certainly some sheep out here that I think have a lot of gas left in the tank and certainly get better every day as we study them. Certainly from this show's standpoint, there's some sheep that ultimately are just a little bit more ready to be out here in the ring today. Probably come with just a few more groceries, if you will, and so that probably sits in their favor. I think it gets a little challenging out here to be completely honest at the top end. I think a really good set of sheep all the way through. In my mind, there's one that comes with just a little bit more build and balance. There's one that comes with a little bit more stoutness and power and fleece quality. So I go back and forth on those, but I'll set the mic down, get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Your champion, White Lincoln Ewe, for this year's National Show and Sale is the first place yearling ewe. She's lot number 91, consigned by Hendricks Sheep Farm, Leonardville, Kansas. The reserve champion ewe is the first place January ewe lamb, lot 86, consigned by Heritage Hill, Northeast Maryland. That concludes your White Lincoln portion of the show. We're now ready for the natural colored Lincolns. So natural colored Lincoln yearling rams, 2 entries will be our next class. In your natural color Lincolns, again, our ram classes are really small, just 5 rams total. We'll have 2 yearling rams in this class, of course, and then 2 January ram lambs, 2 February ram lambs. So consigners will work through these natural colored Lincoln rams real quick with just 5 head total. In case you're wondering about the sale order for tomorrow as far as breeds, the wool breeds will kick off the sale tomorrow, and they will sell in the same order they're being showed this morning. So the sale order for tomorrow will be the same as the breed order for today's show.
Nice pair to start the Natties over in the Lincoln division off with. I think some difference between the two, but at the end of the day, there's one that's just more manly and more rugged. The sheep that leads off up there in terms of foot size and stoutness of structure down low, chest width, stoutness and power. has that advantage. That's a big, stout bugger, and certainly one that handles it well. That's the advantage for the sheep in second. If you want to say one that gets out just a little bit more mobile, particularly in terms of length of hip, I think he has that. Really, really pretty fleece on that sheep that's in second there, one that's consistent and just a beautiful color as you get in and part that particular fleece. Nice pair of bucks here. Just a lot of value here from just a genetic standpoint, I think, as you project these things forward into the impact that they could make moving forward. So congratulations to those consigners. We'll move into the next class.
We are now ready for January Ram Lambs in the natural colored Lincoln. 2 entries in your January Ram Lamb class. The placings in your yearling Ram class: first place, lot 122, Mum Lincolns, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place, lot number 120, Laframboise Lincolns, Stark City, Missouri. We're now ready for January Ram Lambs in your natural colored Lincolns.
Boy, good pair of buck lambs here. If you're on the outside of the ring or online watching, looking for some genetic investment, I think you could certainly do that with these two. Depending on what direction you'd like to go, these two are wildly different in terms of what they're going to provide long-term, in my opinion. Good feet and legs, good design, and certainly a big-bodied, powerful sheep long-term is the one that leads off, in my opinion. He's one that is not going to get as big and not going to get as extended as the sheep that's in second, but I do read his skeleton and just basics of build probably to be his advantage there. Really, really pretty in terms of fleece as well. One that comes out in two, I think from a length of body and extension standpoint, is always going to have that advantage. He's going to be a bigger sheep upon maturity, and I like that about him. As we get the two sheep in motion, I don't know that he handles the travel quite as comfortably as the sheep that leads off. That's really the difference there, but I think two very, very good sheep. Congratulations.
We're now ready for the February Ram Lamb class in the natural color Lincolns. Just one entry, February Ram Lamb. Here are the placings on your January Ram Lambs. First place, slot 101, substitute entry, consigned by Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place, slot number 110, also a substitute entry, consigned by Heritage Hill, Northeast Maryland. Let's have those first and second place yearling ram and January ram lamb standing by. We'll be ready to select your grand champion and reserve champion natural colored Lincoln Rams in just a minute here.
Single entry February here, really nice sheep and beautiful fleece. If you're looking to make some progress from that standpoint, I think this is a buck that can do it really, really good as you get in and start to part his fleece, just in terms of the character, the luster, and just consistency that he provides from shoulder back. Nice sheep from the outside as well, nothing taken away from him from that aspect, but really a nice fleece sheep there. Could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to that consigner.
Your first place February ram lamb is lot number 106, exhibited by Liberty Farms, Marriottsville, Maryland. We are now ready to select your grand champion and reserve champion natural colored Lincoln Rams.
Really nice set of natural color. It's not high in terms of quantity, but certainly high in terms of quality out here. I think, obviously, if you're looking for a herd sire or looking for a genetic piece to make that next step, I think that's available out here, whether you're looking at the older bucks or the younger bucks in terms of just development and future. Just a lot of good all the way through out here. And so with that said, I think there's a fairly easy place to start. I think it gets a little bit more challenging as we study reserve in terms of weighing out what they look like today and kind of getting the crystal ball out from just a future perspective. In my mind, it's just a little bit more comfortable to stick with the ones that are just a little bit more show ready, just a little bit more manly as they come out here. We're going to stick with these two yearlings up here as Grand and Reserve. Congratulations to those consigners.
The champion natural colored Lincoln Ram is a first place yearling ram, lot 122. Mum Lincolns, Whiteheath, Illinois. The reserve champion is lot number 120. The second place yearling ram, the Framboys Livestock, Stark City, Missouri. We are now ready to move into the natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes. We are looking for 7 entries, natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes. Once again, for those of you who are watching the live stream at home or in your office where you should be working, we'd like to tell you that equipment is provided by Select Livestock Services and the All-American Junior Show. They have partnered together to bring you these live stream feeds. And we'd like to thank our breed associations, our sponsoring organizations that are providing the camera work to help bring you that today. We appreciate that. The live stream is something we added a year ago, and hopefully those of you that are watching the show today appreciate that. Those shows, if you're curious, if you're here today, they are archived on YouTube, so you can check those shows out at a later date if you would like to go back and see what happened in the show to refresh your memory or check something out. They are archived on there. So pretty good feature about having those videos live streamed on YouTube.
Quite a bit of difference as we get into the yearling ewes here, not just from a type and kind perspective, but also from just fleece presentation perspective as we study out in through here. Sheep that leads off, obviously, is the longest stapled one out here, and certainly from that aspect is maybe just presented a little bit older in terms of fleece from that aspect, but I think as you get in and start to analyze down under there, that is the best built sheep in class in terms of height, the shoulder, and the way she's built up through her front third. Very good in terms of her top line, her hip and hind leg design. Her major advantage over the sheep that's in second is just her front third design, her extension, length ahead of her shoulder, I think is all very good. Love the fleece on the sheep that comes out in two. Very good from that aspect. That's a moderate, big-bodied, and powerful ewe, and just a brood ewe look. Just doesn't come with quite the same look from the outside in terms of just extras as the sheep that leads off this class. Love the sheep that comes out in third in terms of balance and design. She's maybe just a little bit skinnier or rawer in terms of how she's presented out here. Needs to have just a little bit more bulk and fluff out here to compete with the two ahead of her. The one that comes out in four, beautiful fleeced sheep. Love that about her, and she's wide-chested and she's bold-bodied. As we set these these four sheep in motion, just needs to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of how she goes off of her rear two, in my opinion. As we work into 5 and 6, two sheep that are more similar than they are different. They're both big-bodied sheep and stout and powerful sheep. Sheep that maybe just don't come with the same amount of elegance as we study up through the front third as maybe some of these ahead of them, but certainly ones that you like a great deal in terms of just their breed character and ultimately their stoutness and power. Sheep that rounds out the set, big extended sheep in terms of just total size within this class. She's going to be, upon maturity, probably as big as anything within class. Unfortunately, just needs to match it, that added size that she does have, with just a little bit more punch as we study them out here, just a little bit more fluff and power. Congratulations to those consigners. Really, really nice set of natural colored Lincolns.
Your next class in the Natural Colored Lincoln Show will be Fall Ewe Lambs, just one entry in that class. So you can go ahead and bring that Fall Ewe Lamb on into the show ring. Here are the placings on your Natural Colored Lincoln yearling ewes. First place, Lot 102, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place, lot number 119, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third, lot number 121, LaFramboise Livestock, Stark City, Missouri. Fourth, lot 107, Liberty Farms, Marriottsville, Maryland. Fifth, lot 118, Woolaway Farm, Noblesville, Indiana. Sixth was lot 117, also consigned by Woolaway Farm, Noblesville, Indiana. And seventh was lot 115, Chaotic Farm, Medina, Ohio. With just one fall ewe lamb entry, get those January ewe lambs will be your next class. There's 6 entries in that class, so have those January ewe lambs ready ringside.
Single entry here as we work into the falls. That's a really, really broad-chested, bold-bodied one, and certainly not something that we talk a lot in breeding sheep in terms of chest width and body shape, but she's certainly good from that aspect, and in my opinion, that's what sets the stage as you get your hands on her up top to have that kind of stoutness and power and muscularity from up high and from behind. That's a sheep that matches that with some fleece quality as well, really, really good colored and certainly lustrous fleece. You know, if you're going to be critical off both ends, you could probably get out and motor just a little bit freer, but boy, that's a stout, powerful one that still comes with some look. Congratulations to that consigner.
We are now ready for the January natural colored Lincoln ewe lambs. Your class winner in the fall ewe lamb class is lot 114, a substitute entry consigned by Lane Lincolns, Arlington, Iowa. January ewe lambs in your natural colored Lincoln show. 6 entries. Following the completion of the natural colored Lincolns, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before we move into the Merinos. Your announcer and judge need to get rid of some coffee. A TV timeout.
Really good class here, and from the outside, you may say that we used the one with the milk mustache to win, and I wouldn't disagree with you. That's the littlest one in class, and if you are the type that just likes to size them out, I'm more than welcome to listen to that argument. But if you actually get down and evaluate the sheep, I think that one's got a lot of good to her. And just the fact of the matter is, whoever gets this one and gets her long-term, you better pack your lunch to try and get around her in the end. I think that sheep's extremely good in terms of build and balance and design, very good in terms of fleece quality, very, very good out on the move and consistent in terms of her step, which is her advantage over 2 and 3. I think an awful good sheep to lead off there in this particular age group. I love the sheep that comes out in second. That one's big-bodied, exceptional in terms of fleece quality and consistency. Very, very good from that aspect. Just doesn't come with quite the same uniqueness and look up through her front end, and as we set them in the motion, gets just a little bit tighter in the middle of her back compared to that one that we lead off with. Again, a good fleece sheep that comes out in 3. I like that a good deal about her, and very, very big and long. Of the top 3, I read her being the biggest upon maturity, and I'm fine with that because she has some stoutness and power to go along with it. Unfortunately, just a little ring sour, needs to settle down and get a little bit more comfortable out here, and that probably helps as much as anything. Get her in motion. She wants to get just a little heavy up front and a little heavy out of her dock, and as a result doesn't just really show herself off to her potential out here. Sheep that comes out in 4 that, again, we've talked about previous classes. Ones with that kind of build, I think, can make you look kind of silly long term. Unfortunately, she's just behind the 8 ball from a groceries perspective. Need to take her neck and set it a little bit more correctly on top of her shoulder. Really nice sheep there, though. The one that comes next, really cool colored fleece, very lustrous, and I love that fleece color. Again, a big, long-bodied sheep, just needs to blend and balance better as we study them out here today. Again, one that probably handles the ring a little bit more sour and probably works to her disadvantage as much as anything there. Really good sheep that rounds out the set, and that's nothing taken away from her because I think, again, one that props up well. She, again, early on probably fights getting shown just a little bit out here, but as much as anything, as we compare her to her contemporaries, gets just a little plainer up through her front end and probably doesn't come with quite the same stoutness of feature and underpinning as we get down underneath those sheep. Congratulations to that crew. Really fun class to sort through.
The next class in your natural colored Lincoln show will be the February ewe lambs. Just 2 entries in that class. So have all the first and second place ewes standing by because we'll be selecting the grand champion and reserve champion ewes in just a couple minutes. Here are the placings on the January ewe lamb class in your natural colored Lincolns. First place consigned by Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota, lot number 103. Second place, lot 108, Liberty Farms, Marriottsville, Maryland. Third, lot number 111, Heritage Hill, Northeast, Maryland. Fourth, lot 113, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Fifth, lot 112, Heritage Hill, Northeast, Maryland. Sixth, added entry, lot 1457, Liberty Farms, Marriottsville, Maryland. We're now ready for February ewe lambs. Just 2 entries in the February ewe lamb class. And then, Nathan, then you can come in.
nice class between these two here, and I think if you're on the outside as a buyer, you know, you look in here and there's probably a little bit of difference in terms of your prerogative, and certainly wouldn't argue with you if you'd like to switch them. The one that leads off, I think, from just a show ring build standpoint, that's her advantage. I like that sheep a great deal in terms of her top line or underpinning. To me, she's more correct in terms of the angle of her shoulder and the set to her hock and hind leg, and as a result, that propels her from there up to probably prop up just a little bit more attractively. That's not saying that the one that's in second is unattractive, because she's not. But in shows of this caliber, it's easier to be just a little bit more nitpicky. To me, she's just a little bit more upright in her shoulders. She doesn't get out and just flex and go with as much comfortability out of her front end. Maybe in motion that hinders her a little bit. On the standstill, she props up very well. That's a good-looking sheep that's extremely good in terms of fleece quality. Once again, commend that consignor for bringing a bunch of really good fleeced ones. But good pair here. Congratulations to those consignors.
We're now ready to select the Grand Champion ewe and Reserve Champion ewe in your natural colored Lincoln show. So let's bring those first and second place females back into the show ring, please. Here are the placings on the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot 104, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. And second was lot 109, Substitute, Liberty Farms, Marriottsville, Maryland.
Outstanding division in the natural colored females. I think a lot of quality all the way through. Certainly, my comments and certainly appreciation go out to the consigners on bringing a really, really good set of sheep. I've enjoyed sorting through them. A lot of differences as we've studied them. And so if you, on the outside, have a different prerogative on which way you want to line them up, I certainly would not disagree with you. I think there's a lot of quality as you work into some of these younger age deals. And so if you're in the market to find one to show over the next year and a half or so, I think there's some opportunity to do that, not only in the sheep that are represented back out here, but some of them that didn't make it back out into the grand lineup. So with that said, I've talked to them in class. I think there's a lot of quality in here, but with that in mind, there's no reason to go against beating those two yearlings. And so first place yearling is going to be our champion. Second place yearling over there, young lady, is going to be reserve.
The Grand Champion ewe in your natural colored Lincoln show is the first place yearling ewe, lot 102, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. The Reserve Champion ewe is the second place yearling ewe. The lot number is 119, consigned by Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Folks, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. When we resume, we'll be ready for Merinos. That'll be your next breed, Merino yearling rams. Give us 5 or 6 minutes. We'll be right back. All right, Merino consigners, I think we're ready to go. So let's bring in the Merino yearling rams. We're ready to start your National Merino show. Merino consigners, for your information, there are no spring ram lambs, no January, February. So there are 3 yearling rams, 3 fall ram lambs. So we'll then select your champion and reserve champion rams. So no January, February ram lambs in the Merinos.
Nice class here to start off the Merinos, and boy, a lot of variation in terms of the type of sheep that are available to you as buyers on the outside of the ring. I think the combination sheep is the one that the young lady brings us, and again, It's this angle right here, really, that propels that sheep to the top. I think his build and design is as desirable as anything in class. He's very good, again, in terms of fleece quality. I like his character, his crimp, and ultimately consistency as you work back on that sheep. But this angle right here is really what propels him to the top. I like his balance and his design. His horn set's maybe just a little close to his face for my liking, but nice sheep there. The one that comes out in twos, the real rugged, heavy-duty sheep, big-footed, heavy-structured, really, really big-bodied. And so if that's the type of sheep that you need to build a U-base with, I would look in here because, again, a very fine fleeced sheep and one that is very good in terms of just the character that he presents from a fleece perspective. And then on the outside, that guy is really, really big-bodied and really powerful. Maybe just doesn't come with the look is the one that leads off. The one that's in third, what you see is what you get. This is your working clothes sheep, and there is a lot to like about that particular ram. Love his head, love his horn set, very good in terms of fleece quality. His body shape is very good. He's in his working clothes, and so he doesn't maybe meet with quite the same show ring look as two or one. He's a shorter fleeced sheep from just a fleece presentation perspective, but he's got a very high quality fleece once you get your hands on him. Just doesn't match with quite the same look as maybe 2 and 3 out here. Congratulations to those consigners. Really nice set.
Merino consigners, we're now ready for your fall ram lambs. Here are the placings on the Merino yearling rams. The class winner was lot 1453, an added entry consigned by Diller Sheep Farm, Harrod, Ohio. Second place, lot 137, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And third, lot 141, consigned by Kraus Farm, Sycamore, Pennsylvania.
Exceptionally good fall Ram Lamb class here, and really a high quality individual to lead off up front. And again, you can put a lot of superlatives together in terms of describing one like that, but I'll just say that he's very good, and I don't care if it's for a Merino or for whatever breed of sheep that you prefer. I think that's how we try to make them, is good-footed, good-legged, bold-bodied, stout, powerful, and still come with some look. And on top of that, I think he's got a nice fleece sitting down under there as well. Fleece advantage in this class goes to 2 and 3, and particularly 3, very consistent and pretty fleece on that third place buck. I like the feet and leg design of the one in second a little bit better than the one in third. I think his top line's a little bit stronger and a little bit leveler. Like the body shape in both of them. Big extended buck that comes in third, and I think if you're looking for one that's just rugged and going to add pounds, that's certainly him. He's going to have a real big heavy fleece as he matures. That's very pretty, and then on top of that, just a big heavy-duty buck. He just doesn't match with quite the same look and design as maybe 2 and 3 out here in terms of his top line and front end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We are now ready to select your grand champion and reserve champion Merino Rams. So we'll need the first and second place yearling rams and first and second place fall ram lambs. Here are the placings on that fall ram lamb class. First place was lot 131, a substitute entry, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second, lot 149, Shady Hollow Farm, Pulaski, Pennsylvania. And third, lot 150, also consigned by Shady Hollow Farm.
Exceptional Ram lineup out here, and really it comes down to the 2 class winners, in my opinion, of sheep that, whether they're Merinos or if it's the type of sheep that we're making at home with Targies. These are the type of sheep that you try and generate ultimately with the right kind of feet and leg design, and then build them from there up. And I think that they both do that. In my opinion, there's one of them that is just a little bit more out there, and I don't care if it's this breed or a different breed, depending on what you prefer. But there's a sheep in this particular lineup that I think is just pretty darn special. That's the fall buck lamb. He's going to be your champion. We're going to use the yearling for reserve. Congratulations. $6,000 one last year.
We're now ready for the Merino yearling ewes. Your champion ram was the first place Fall Ram Lamb, lot number 131, consigned by Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion was the first place yearling ram, lot 1453, Diller Sheep Farm, Harrod, Ohio. We're now ready for Merino yearling ewes.
What an outstanding class, particularly these top two. And depending on what your flavor is, you can switch these back and forth, and I certainly would listen to it. I just love the fleece on the sheep that leads off, and I think from the outside, if you're just trying to make sheep better and make them picturesque in terms of their look, I think she certainly does that. She's one that's very, very good in terms of her top line. I think her underpinning's good, and she's got a tremendous fleece sitting under there as well. Nice sheep to lead off. Get into second, and that's just a completely different creature. I mean, you want to talk about making sheep that are bold and stout and powerful and still come with look. She certainly does that. It's not to her favor, her attitude within the ring, but on top of that, I think she gets maybe just, as we make sheep stouter and more powerful, she gets just a little rounder out of both ends too. And so I think those are two very, very good sheep. They're very different in terms of how they come to the table. And so I think at the end of the day, you buy them how you like them, but that's how we line them up today. The sheep in third, biggest footed, heaviest structured sheep, and probably the one that gets biggest upon maturity is this sheep. I like her a good deal from that standpoint. She gets a little high on her top, and as we get in and start to part things, she's maybe just a little bit has a little bit more deviation as we work from shoulder back, but that's a sheep that I love a great deal in terms of some of the things that she can contribute to the next generation: stoutness, power, height, the shoulder. In 4 and 5 are two sheep that, again, in working clothes, this is what you see is what you get. Both good fleece sheep that are big-bodied and powerful. I think a lot of good in these sheep, just obviously not the same show ring look as maybe some of those up ahead of them. They're obviously tighter sheared, tighter presented, and with that said, though, good fleeces sitting there, and certainly sheep that you like in terms of just production capability. Sheep that rounds out the set, really a nice sheep in terms of build and design. Sits at maybe a bit of a disadvantage from just a size and scale standpoint, maybe a little bit more deviation as we work in the fleece on that sheep as well. Congratulations to that crew. Outstanding lineup.
We're now ready for the Fall Ewe Lambs in the Merino show. Fall Ewe Lambs will be our next class. We're looking for 9 entries. Here are the placings on the yearling ewes in the Merino show. First place is lot 138, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Second place, lot 132, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Third, lot 147, KLS Farm, Jeromesville, Ohio. Fourth, lot 143, Kraus Farm, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fifth, lot 144, also consigned by Kraus Farm, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. And sixth to lot 1454, Diller Sheep Farm, Harrod, Ohio. We're now ready for Merino Fall Ewe Lambs.
A little bit more variation to sort through as we work through the next age group in the Merinos. But what I will say unequivocally is that the sheep that leads off as she hit the ring, I never really wavered from that decision. I think, again, one that obviously just combines a lot of good and obviously comes different than maybe everything else in class, but that's a stout, powerful one, and it really starts in her underpinning or down at the ground. Her foot shape is good, and then as you work up from there, her column of bone is shaped right. Certainly one that's bold and stout and powerful, very good in terms of her front third, and then as you get in and part her fleece, she's good from that aspect too. Like the size and scale of the sheep that comes out in second, very feminine, female, refined type of sheep, and one that's very, very fine as you get your hands on her. She's maybe just a little longer in her pasterns as you work down low, and then ultimately as we set the two sheep in motion, she could be just a little bit more coordinated in terms of how she handles both ends of her skeleton. The sheep that probably showed the worst was the one in third, but I do think as she gets stopped, there's a nice sheep there. That one's tall-shouldered. She's good in terms of feet and legs. She's of this set probably the one that's still rocking a milk mustache, if you will, just a little behind the 8 ball from a groceries perspective, but I do think fleece quality is good, and then ultimately her skeletal quality from the side I think is exceptionally good too. The one that comes out in 4 just continues to work her way up because there's just not anything majorly wrong with her. I think she's good in terms of squareness, where she sets her feet to the ground. She's a really bold-bodied sheep that's good in her top line, and then yet as you get in and start to analyze, has fleece quality as well, and certainly one that you like as they get out in motion. The one in 5 on the standstill, there's a lot to like about that sheep. She's big-footed and heavy-structured. She's bold and certainly wedged in terms of how she's presented out here, and so there's some good look that she comes with. As we get them in motion, she drops her head just a little bit and gets a little heavy up front, needs to just be a little bit more coordinated from that aspect. We've got a good set of sheep sitting further down, big-bodied, good fleece sheep, ones that maybe just don't come with quite the same look and design as some of the sheep that we start off the class with. Congratulations, really good set of Merino ewe lambs.
Our next class in the Merino show will be the February ewe lambs. Just one entry in the February ewe lamb class. So let's have the first and second place yearling ewe and first and second place fall ewe lambs standing by, because just one entry in the February ewe lamb class. Here are the placings on the fall ewe lambs in the Merino show. First place, lot 134, Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Second place, lot 139, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Third, lot 1445, added entry, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Fourth, lot 151, Shady Hollow Farm, Pulaski, Pennsylvania. Fifth, lot 136, MC Beat Merinos, Hanoverton, Ohio. The remainder of the class, 148, 146, 152, and 145. Your February ewe lamb is now in the ring. So we'll be selecting the grand champion and reserve champion Merino ewes for your national show and sale in just a couple minutes.
Single entry here in the February's. Nice sheep. Could have stood some more competition because I think from the outside that thing balances exceptionally well. She's built for the long haul, if you will, from a skeleton perspective. And then on top of that, nice fleece as well. Certainly a good entry from this exhibitor. Congratulations to them.
And she's consigned by Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. It's lot 140, your class-winning February ewe lamb. Let's go ahead and bring in those first and second place yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs.
Outstanding set of Merinos, really good on the buck side. I thought we started off the Merino show with just a wildly good individual to win that buck division. And then as we come in here, I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time. Even with as good as the natural colors were earlier and as good as the Lincolns has been and as good as the bucks were, I think this is really the closest decision that we've had so far today. There's a pair of sheep out here that I promise you, if you were to hit a judge that likes to just select the same kind all the time, they would not be the ones out here because they are polar opposites. There is a big, elegant, pretty ewe that is absolutely good fleeced that wins the yearlings. She's good-legged. She's exceptional in terms of her front-end design, good in her top line, exceptionally good in terms of her fleece, and comes with grow and extension. The old guys would tell you that's how we need to make them. The young guys would tell you that maybe you question whether she has enough to her and enough foot and bone. The one that wins the next division, the young guys absolutely love because she's got the foot and the bone and all the cool pieces and the power and the dimension. The old guys would tell you she's not big enough. But the reason that this decision gets tougher for me is because she just never really sits, right? And so I've just been waiting and waiting and waiting for her to calm down. And as she does, I'll tell you this. I don't care if you like the yearling or whether you like the fall. Both of these two are exceptionally good sheep, and so you could ultimately land on either one of these and you're going to be correct. You just find the one that better suits you, the one that better suits the type and kind that ultimately you gravitate towards. And for me, that's the fall. She's going to be your champion. The young man with the yearling here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
The champion ewe in your Merino show is the first place Fall Ewe Lamb, lot 134, consigned by Greenleaf Valley, Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion ewe is the first place yearling ewe. She's lot number 138, consigned by Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. That concludes your National Merino show. We're ready to move right into the Border Leicesters. We're ready for white Border Leicester yearling rams. We have one entry. One entry in the Border Leicester yearling rams.
Single entry yearling ram to start off our Border Leicester show, and boy, one that excuse me, could have seen some more competition. That's a very, very well-made sheep that's bold-bodied and very good as he props up from the side. He's got a great head, really good fleece, nice combination sheep, certainly one that you like a good deal about. Congratulations.
Your first place yearling ram in the White Border Leicester show is lot 174. Yep, consigned by Hickory Grove Farm, Colchester, Illinois. We're now looking for January Ram Lamb in the White Border Leicesters. And I guess we just have 2 rams in the White Border Leicesters, so that's right. Can't miss these 2 classes, Randall.
Single entry as we move into the lambs as well. I'd replicate my comments from the last sheep. I think that one props up exceptionally well from the side. He's very good in terms of his front end. Awesome headed. Exceptionally good in terms of just his look and balance, and then combines that with some stoutness and power. Nice place there to lead off, and certainly could have been one that could have stood some more competition. Congratulations.
The class winner is lot 175, consigned by Hickory Grove Farm, Colchester, Illinois. We're now ready to select the champion Border Leicester Ram. Have your White Border Leicester yearling ewes ready to go. There's 9 entries in that class.
Nice pair of bucks here. Congratulations to this consigner. I think both of them obviously offer a lot of value, and I think as you continue forward with that young ram, I think that's one that only gets better and better. The one that comes out of the yearlings, I think there is just a lot to like about that particular sheep, not only from a phenotype standpoint on the outside, but you get your hands on him. Really nice fleece there as well. You can go either direction, get your crystal ball out if you want to, and use the lamb. I favor towards the yearling that's just a little bit more show ready out here today. It's going to be your champion up front there and reserve here with the lamb. Congratulations.
The champion rams of first place yearling ram lot 174. The reserve champion, the first January ram lamb lot 175. Both rams consigned by Hickory Grove Farm, Colchester, Illinois. White Border Leicester consigners, we're now ready for your yearling U class. Looking for 9 entries. Border Leicester yearling ewes.
good class here. A lot of variation as you work through these top 5, and there's sheep sitting back in the lineup that certainly, depending on where you put your priorities, can make their way up into this top 5. The one thing that I will tell you, though, is without a doubt, the sheep that I was starting from the moment that she hit the ring, and then never really looked past that, is the ewe lamb, or the yearling that the young ladies got up front here. Exceptionally good in terms of balance, design, proportions. That's a stout brood ewe that comes with look and balance, and I think a nice place to start. Love the look and the design of the sheep that comes out in second. I think one that as you start to break open the fleece, maybe even has some advantages from a consistency perspective as opposed to the one that leads off. That sheep, as we set him in motion, isn't quite as comfortable out of her front end, doesn't come with quite the same just density of body as that sheep that leads off. Really good fleece sheep that comes out in third. Like her a great deal from that standpoint. She's a good bodied sheep. Ultimately just never really gives you a good look. She's a little ring sour, doesn't really want to sit still out here. But I think even from a comparative perspective, as you study her up through her front third, just maybe doesn't prop up with quite the same elegance as these two sheep ahead of her. Like the sheep that comes out in 4 a great deal. Again, quality of fleece and consistency of character as you work from her shoulder back is exceptionally good. She's great headed, very, very good from a balance perspective as you study her there. She's maybe one that gets just a little bit smaller in terms of her feet, doesn't come with quite the same stoutness of structure as you work down low, and as a result, maybe from a look perspective, doesn't match some of these sheep up ahead of her, but I like that sheep a great deal. Big-bodied brood ewe that comes out in 5, and there's a lot of people that would work her further up in class, and I'm more than happy to listen to that argument because I think there's justification for why to do that. For me, she's maybe hit the feed bunk just a little bit more than some of the others. She needs to be peeled back from a condition perspective just a little bit, freshened up, and then that one gets further up in class. Congratulations to that crew. That's an exceptionally good set of females.
Your next class in the Border Leicester show will be the January ewe lambs. January ewe lambs is your next class. Here are the placings on your yearling ewes in the white Border Leicesters. First place, lot 172, Sweet Meadow Farm, Webster, New Hampshire. Second place, lot 166, J. Baird Border Leicester, Canfield, Ohio. Third, lot 161, HB Livestock, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Fourth, lot 170, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Fifth, lot 173, Sweet Meadow Farm, Webster, New Hampshire. The remainder of the class was 179, 177, 162, and lot 171. We're now ready for January ewe lambs in your Border Leicester show.
Nice class here. I think depending on where you put your priorities, you can mix things around a little bit. I wouldn't argue with you. Sheep that leads off from a skeleton perspective is just the best one. As a result, sets her up to be the best balanced as you get off the side of these sheep. Like her a great deal from the outside. The one that comes in two, big-bodied and more powerful, comes with more stoutness, a feature. Love that sheep in terms of her height, the shoulder, and the way she sends her neck out of the top side of her shoulder. She maybe just doesn't blend and balance quite as well as this sheep that leads off, but certainly a great headed sheep that you like a great deal in terms of her body dimension. Sheep that comes out in third is the one that maybe long-term makes you look silly because in terms of her presence, she's very, very good. Height, the shoulder, extremely good in terms of her look and balance. That one again, and I've said it a few times throughout the days, maybe just at a bit of a disadvantage from a groceries perspective. She's a little greener, just needs a little bit more bloom to run with those two ahead of her right there, but an exceptionally good class. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
We're now ready for the February ewe lambs and the Border Leicesters, and we're looking for 2 entries in the white Border Leicester February ewe lambs. The placings on your January ewe lamb class, first was lot 168, second to 169, and third to 167. All consigned by J. Baird, Border Leicester, Canfield, Ohio. Let's go ahead and bring in those 2 February ewe lambs and the Border Leicesters.
Exceptionally good class here, and a lot of future in these 2 particular ewe lambs. I think a really good fleece one that we start off with that's got great character to her fleece, great consistency. She's really, really good headed, good breed character on that sheep, and I think one with presence from the outside as well. A lot of future there. As we move into second, that one I like a good deal in terms of her center body. I like her strength at top line and her stoutness from behind. Maybe doesn't quite just give the image and balance and just look through her front end as the sheep that we lead off with, and so that's why she sits in second. But good pair there. Congratulations to those consigners.
We're now ready to select a champion and reserve champion Border Leicester ewe. So let's bring the first and second place ewes from all 3 classes into the show ring. Your placings on the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot 163, consigned by HB Livestock, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Second to lot 165, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota. We're now ready to select your champion and reserve champion, white Border Leicester ewe.
really impressed with the quality as we went through the white border Leicesters, and I think just obviously representative as we get back out here and study the class winners and the seconds. Really the decision for me comes down to reserve. I think there's a fairly logical place to start, in my opinion. From there, then I think it gets just a little bit closer, and again, you weigh up whether you get your crystal ball out and project forward which one's going to be better down the road, or which one shows up to the show ring just a little bit more show ready as we study them today. So with that said, I'll go out and shake the hand of the champion in reserve. Congratulations.
The champion ewe is lot 172, the first place yearling ewe, consigned by Sweet Meadow Farm, Webster, New Hampshire. The reserve champion ewe is the second place yearling ewe, lot 166, consigned by J. Baird, Border Leicester, Canfield, Ohio. We're now ready to move right into the natural colored Border Leicester. There are only 3 rams. We have 2 yearling rams, 1 January ram lamb. Let's go ahead and bring all 3 of those rams into the ring. There are 3 separate consigners, so all 3 natural colored Border Leicester rams were ready for you in the show ring.
Yeah. We're a little small on numbers on the natural colored border Leicester side, and so we've got 2 yearlings, which would be your class winner and your second place in that particular class, and then a ram lamb here that's obviously representative winning his class. I like the one that wins the yearlings. I'll just go through and describe him just a little bit. First and foremost, he's got an awesome fleece. Really, really good to look at from that standpoint. Very consistent and great breed character as you study him up front. Picturesque from the side. Very, very nice sheep. The one that is second in that particular class is stout and powerful. Like him a great deal from that standpoint. I like his body shape and his dimension from behind. Maybe doesn't match the look of our class winner quite as well. Awesome colored sheep that comes out of our Ram Lamb division. Again, a nice fleeced one. Stout, powerful one. Maybe doesn't quite have the same just look as the yearling. And that's really what decides the champion in this particular division between the two. Step off to the side of him. The yearling just paints a better picture. He's going to be your champion. Young lady with this ram lamb is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your natural colored border Leicester Rams, the first place yearling ram was lot 184, Someday Soon Farm. The second place yearling ram was lot 187 from Etkin Acres. The first place January ram lamb was lot 181, consigned by J. Baird, Border Leicester, Canfield, Ohio. The champion ram is the first place yearling, lot 184 from Someday Soon Farm. The reserve champion ram is your first place ram lamb, lot 181 from J. Baird, Border Leicester. We are now ready for yearling ewes in the natural colored border Leicester. We're looking for 2 entries in your yearling ewes. Yeah, they're getting ready to start the polled Dorsets over in the cattle pavilion. I believe all those sheep are actually pinned in this building, but polled Dorsets are getting ready to show over in the cattle pavilion. In this building, we are on natural colored border Leicesters. There are just 5 natural colored border Leicester ewes. So Romney consigners, you are on deck. So we will be calling for white Romney yearling rams in just a couple minutes. We've only got 5 natural colored border Leicester ewes.
Nice pair of ewes here, and certainly ones that could have stood some more competition, particularly the sheep up front. This is a very good built sheep, and again, I don't care what breed or species that we're talking. When I used to coach livestock judging teams, we always start at the ground up and build the foundation, and as producers, I think a lot of us do the same thing. If you study the foot shape on that sheep, she's very good. Study her angles and her underpinnings, she's very good. That sets the stage for the look that she has up high, and then as you get in and start to part that fleece, has an advantage from that standpoint as well. Nice sheep that comes out in second, big bodied and stout and powerful, just doesn't come with quite the same balance and look as the one that leads off. Nice pair there. Give them a round of applause. We'll move into the next age group.
Yeah, we're now ready for the fall ewe lamb class in a natural colored border Leicester. Just 1 entry. In your yearling ewes, first place consigned by Someday Soon Farm. That's lot 185. The second place ewes, 188, Etkin Acres. We now have the fall ewe lamb in the ring. Have the February ewe lambs on deck. Again, there are just 2 entries in that February ewe lamb class.
Single entry fall ewe lamb, again, much like the class winner in the last class that we talked about. very good in terms of just her fundamentals. Foundation's good. Big-bodied. That's a brood ewe in terms of her look, of her center body. Very nice there. And then as you get in and start to analyze her fleece, she's got a great luster and shine to her fleece, and certainly one that's very consistent as you part from her shoulder back. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
The first place fall ewe lamb was lot 182, consigned by Echo Ridge Flock, Charlotte, Vermont. We're now ready for the February ewe lambs and the natural colored border Leicesters. We are looking for, yep, we got them.
Nice pair of sheep here, and I think two of them as you project forward, obviously a little bit different from their growth curve. Beautiful fleece on the one that leads off here. Great in terms of breed character. Fleece-wise, you get in there, very lustrous and shine, great consistency and very soft. Love her body shape. That one progresses into just a real good brood ewe look, I think, and certainly like her from that aspect. The one that comes out in two, I think, comes with just a little bit more show ring presence. She's a little bit more up-fronted. She's a little bit thinner necked and a little bit tighter in terms of her breastplate. I like all of those things about her. Her fleece as well is very, very good. Unfortunately, again, just sits at a little bit of a disadvantage from just a maturity standpoint. She's just a little juvenile in terms of her look, but good pair there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion ewes in the natural colored border Leicester. Here are the placings on your February ewe lamb class. First place, lot 186, consigned by Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second was lot 183, Freeze Livestock, New Salem, North Dakota.
Well, in the interest of time, we won't waste any more than we have to. I think a nice set of sheep out here, in my opinion, it kind of just falls together for me as we come out to select champion reserve, and nothing taken away from the seconds, but it really is in contention between the class winners up here, and I think a fairly logical place to start with our yearling ewe. There's just no reason to beat her. She'll be your champion. I think it gets a little bit closer as we move from there back. Between the two, both of them have some fleece quality. One of them probably just props up just a little bit better as we study them out here today. One's just a little bit more ready. That's our fall ewe. That young lady's going to be reserve out of the second class. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Your champion natural color border Leicester ewes, the first place yearling ewe, that's lot 185, consigned by Someday Soon Farm. The reserve champion is the first place fall ewe lambs, lot 182, consigned by Echo Ridge Flock. That concludes your National Border Leicester show, and we're going to move right into Romneys. White Romneys are up next. So white Romney yearling rams, we're ready for you in the show ring. We have 2 entries.
Nice pair here, and my wife would tell you that I've probably been as excited to judge the Romneys as anything that I've been looking forward to. I absolutely love this breed. And with that said, get into 2 really good ones right off the bat. They're different in the way that they come to us. Sheep that leads off, exceptionally good in terms of his front third design. Love him in terms of his top line. He's just a big, upstanding and outreaching sheep, if you will, and that's what sets him apart for the one or from the one in second. Not a power sheep necessarily in terms of his rib dimension or from behind, but certainly not one that I would call flat and narrow in his biggest advantage is from this angle right here. I love the sheep that's in second. That guy's foot size and bone work and just stoutness of structure, all exceptionally good. Love his body shape. He gets just a little bit easy in his top as he gets going. He has a little bit of extra set to his hind leg, and as a result, as we get these sheep in motion, he gets just a little bit plainer in his look. But two very nice individuals to start off here. If the Romney show continues with this quality, we're going to have a pretty good next 30 minutes or so. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We're now ready for January Ram Lambs in the Romney show. Just one entry in that class. Here are the placings on your Romney yearling rams. First place, lot 212, Rinker Land and Livestock, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place, lot 204, Small Livestock, Wausau, Wisconsin. We're now ready for that January Ram Lamb. Be getting those February Ram Lambs ready. We do have 4 entries in that class.
Single entry here, January Ram Lamb, but boy, one that's got a ton of future. That guy has got big old timber sitting underneath him in terms of stoutness of feature. Still one that is just very, very good from the side. As we get him in motion, maybe it's a little bit how he handles the ring and how he handles the lead, but he gets just a little uncoordinated in terms of his top line, or a little uncomfortable in terms of his top line. That's nitpicking just a little bit, but boy, that's an exceptionally good sheep on the standstill, one that's got an exceptionally good fleece as well, and certainly just a ton of future in that particular individual. Congratulations to that consigner.
We are now ready for February Ram Lambs in the White Romney division. Your class winner in the January class, lot 200, consigned by Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire.
fun class of younger age buck lambs here. A lot of future and just potential in the one that leads off. And again, I mean, you can see it from the outside. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to find out that one's got an advantage in terms of some performance, but that's not what separates him. It's his build and his balance and design, regardless of how many groceries that he's ate to this point. He's just better in terms of his build out here, and then it certainly works to its advantage that he's just a little bit bloomier as well. Like the build and the sheep that comes out in second, he's big-bodied, and he's certainly one that's good in terms of his underpinning. Just a little bit of a milk mustache still on that guy, just not quite show ring ready from just a bloom and maturity standpoint. Kind of the same story. Sheep in third, really, really good in terms of his build. I like him in terms of his stoutness of feature. At times, maybe it's because he's fighting the ring, just gets a little tight and tense off of both ends, just needs to relax just a little bit. That allows him to get further up. I like a lot about the young ladies that come out in fourth here. That's a really, really big-footed, very heavy-structured one that I think is just going to be an absolute monster instead of in terms of body and power. Unfortunately, at times he gets a little uneasy or a little weak in terms of his top line from behind. I'd like to take his back leg and set it just a little bit more comfortably back into his skeleton. But really good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We are now ready to select a grand champion and reserve champion white Romney Ram. Here are the placings on your February class. First place was lot number 210, a substitute entry consigned by E.C. Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place, lot 194, MCS Livestock, Clinton Corners, New York. Third to lot 198, Mill Ridge Farm, Carrollton, Ohio. And fourth to lot 193, MCS Livestock, Clinton Corners, New York.
Exceptional set of white Romneys out here on the male side, and I think not high in terms of numbers, but boy, if you're ringside looking to invest in some genetics, or if you're online watching, there are some sheep in this particular division that I think can progress your flock or can progress this breed. And so looking in here, very, very good across the board. I like the yearling quite a bit. He'll be your winner. That guy, I think, has got just a very, very good look, exceptionally good in terms of just quality, show ring presence, matches it with fleece quality, and then certainly one that you just like a good deal as we get out in motion. From there, it gets just a little bit closer on which one that follows suit. But at the end of the day, as we pick sheep that fit a particular mold of build and balance and design, there's one that just does that. Probably as good a fleece sheep as anything that we have out here. That's the one that comes out of the Januaries here. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
The champion Romney Ram is the first place yearling ram, lot number 212, consigned by Rinker Land and Livestock, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve champion ram is the first January ram lamb, lot 200, Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. We're now ready for White Romney yearling ewes looking for 2 entries.
Well, proof that you don't need a lot of numbers for it to be challenging. These two are both exceptionally good. I don't know what the crowd looks like ringside. We've had a bigger crowd through the natural coloreds and things like that. This sheep that wins this particular class could take on a lot of competition. I'm not just talking within the breed. Obviously, there's a very good sheep sitting in second, but within the barns, that sheep's very, very good. Exceptionally good in terms of her build and balance. Fleece quality is there. So good in terms of just her pieces that she brings to the table. Like that sheep a good deal. And that is nothing taken away from the sheep that's in second, because she comes with more height to shoulder. She comes with more length through her front end. She comes with more softness as we work all the way through with our hands on her. Maybe just doesn't match quite the look of the sheep that leads off. But boy, those are both exceptionally good females. If you're ringside, if you're online looking for investment into the Romney breed, I would look at these two. Congratulations to those consigners.
We're now ready for the Fall Ewe Lambs and the White Romneys. Just 1 entry in the Fall Ewe Lambs. Here's the placings in your yearling ewes. The class winner is lot 201, Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. The second place ewe is lot number 191, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Let's have those January ewe lambs on deck. We've got 4 entries in that January ewe lamb class. Have those ready to come in.
Again, single entry here, but one that certainly could have stood some more competition, because I think she's exceptionally high quality. Very good sheep, one that props up well, paints the picture that you're looking for, still sets down on some stoutness and power and circumference of bone. I think a nice combination sheep. Congratulations to that consigner.
We are now ready for January ewe lambs in the White Romney division. Your Fall Ewe Lamb class winner is lot number 192, consigned by Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Let's go ahead and bring in, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in those January ewe lambs. We got them all. That's 4 of them.
I previously got done talking about how good I thought the yearling ewe was. This ewe lamb's also exceptionally good. And from the outside, if you want to weigh him up and tell me she's not big enough or not blooming enough, I'll listen to it, I guess. But at the end of the day, that's the best sheep. That's the highest quality one. She's exceptionally good in terms of feet and leg posture. Very good fleeced, and I think just a nice place to start. The stout sheep comes in too. And I like her in terms of her build as well. Up front, she's not quite as tidy or as neat as the sheep that leads off, but she is stout and powerful and still comes with some look from the side. In third place, we've got a really nice sheep, very good fleece sheep, one that's extremely good in terms of her body shape. Up front, she just doesn't match quite the same look. She's a little bigger shouldered, a little thicker necked as we compare her to the two up ahead of her, but really, really nice sheep there in third. Same story, kind of peas in a pod. The sheep that comes out in fourth, really good bodied, stout, powerful sheep. Maybe just doesn't come with quite the same show ring presence. Two very good sheep there, certainly good production ewes that come in 3 and 4. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We are now ready for February ewe lambs and the white Romneys, looking for 5 entries. Here are the placings on the January ewe lamb class. First place, lot 202. Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place, lot number 205, Small Livestock, Wausau, Wisconsin. Third, lot number 196, Funk Farm, Kernersville, North Carolina. They also consigned the fourth place entry, lot 197. We now have February ewe lambs in the ring.
I hope I got all his information right.
We'll give it a shot. We do have a truck that needs to be moved. You're blocking a trailer, and a gentleman wants to hook up to this trailer. It is over by the maintenance building, a black Chevy Silverado, New York plates, 82351NC. New York plates, 82351NC, black Chevy Silverado. We need you to please move.
Exceptionally good class here. I think two very good sheep up at the top, and nothing taken away from 3, 4, 5, but that's kind of where my decision laid, was up here. I think there's just more of a unique look with the sheep that leads off in terms of her tidiness of lower shoulder, breastplate, and just youthfulness through her front third. Now she's not the ultra stout, powerful one. She's not the really round-bodied one, but she is very good in terms of feet and legs. She gets maybe just a little off in behind her shoulder as we get out and go. I'd like to modify that just a little bit, but nice sheep to lead off with. The one that comes out in two is the stout sheep in class, and again, if we're just to weigh them up, she obviously has the advantages from a groceries perspective, but on top of that, she's big-footed, she's heavy-structured, her neck comes out of her shoulder the right way. She just doesn't blend at the base of her shoulder or at the top of her hip quite as smoothly as the sheep that leads off. The sheep that comes next has those advantages. I like her height of shoulder. I like the way she sends her neck out of that shoulder, and then ultimately her hip and hind leg design, I think, is very desirable. She's the one that, again, as we study these top three, she's the one that's the most behind from a grocery standpoint, and at the end of the day, probably sits to her disadvantage out here. Just needs a little bit more punch, just needs a little bit more fluff and bloom as we compare her to 2 and 1. Nice sheep that comes next, big-bodied, certainly one that you like in terms of feet and legs and design. Again, just a little bit younger and more juvenile in terms of her look. Not quite the same look through her front end as some of the ones up ahead of her. One that comes next, really, really nice in terms of foot and bone work. Young ladies do a great job getting this one shown. Good in terms of her top line, just not quite the same show ring look as some of these up ahead of her. Nice class there. Give them a round of applause, and we'll move into the champion lineup.
We are now ready to select the grand champion and reserve champion ewes in the white Romneys. So let's bring the first and second place ewes in all four classes back into the ring. Here are the placings on your February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 203, Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place, Small Livestock, Wausau, Wisconsin on lot 206. Third was lot 211, a substitute entry from EC Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Fourth, lot 195, MCS Livestock, Clinton Corners, New York. And fifth, lot 199, Mill Ridge Farm, Carrollton, Ohio. We're now selecting the grand champion and reserve champion, White Romney females.
Congratulations to the exhibitors out here. Just an immense amount of quality. I get everybody's got their own type and kind of what they look for, but boy, as you get into the class champions out here, or this breed in particular, just good footed sheep that are sound structured and well built, and boy, there's a couple of them out here that I don't care what show you go to this year. If you're on the outside trying to buy sheep, they will likely be in the Supreme lineup. And they will be contenders. I fully believe that. There's a couple of sheep in this lineup that I think are that good and that exceptional. So with that, I'll go out and get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Very, very high quality show.
We are now ready to move into the natural colored Romneys. We're looking for 2 yearling rams, natural colored Romney yearling rams. Your champion, White Romney ewe, is that first place yearling ewe. She's lot 201, consigned by Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve champion ewe is the first place January ewe lamb. She's lot 202, also consigned by Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire.
Again, the quality doesn't fall off. We get into the natural colored side of the Romneys, and just like the yearling ewes on the whites, I think we had 2 head, and they were both really, really good. The same story applies out here. Now, with that said, I don't know what the buck battery looks like at home of this particular operation. It must be pretty good because this sheep at my place probably wouldn't show up here. That guy is tall-fronted, exceptionally good in terms of his front-end design. He's got big old pipes sitting under him, really good look, and cool colored to boot, and comes with some stoutness and power. Nothing taken away from the sheep in second, because I think he's exceptionally good as well. And in terms of fleece quality, I like that sheep a great deal. He sets a really, really good front end on top of his shoulder. Very, very good in terms of his top line. Still comes with some stoutness of structure as well. Just doesn't have quite the same extras and wow factor as that sheep that leads off. But 2 sheep that certainly very, very good and could have stood some more competition. Congratulations.
We're now ready for the Fall Ram Lambs. We have 1 entry in the natural colored Romney Fall Ram Lambs, so bring him on in. Here are the placings on your yearling rams. First place, lot number 227, Thistledown Farm, Canandaigua, New York. Thanks. I knew I was going to butcher that one. They've got some funny names up there in New York, I'll tell you that. Second place, lot 232, EC Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. I was in a town in New York, Skinny Atlas or something like that. Yeah. Hey, we've got a piece of paper that somebody lost outside the swine barn. It's kind of a green color piece of paper. If you lost it outside the swine barn, you can come up here and get it. If not, it belongs to the announcer.
Well, the hits keep coming, if you will. Single entry here, but that's an awfully good sheep. Big-bodied, stout, powerful, great look, and then has the right kind of image as you get in and start to part the fleece on that sheep as well. Just a real good head on that sheep. Good front end, certainly one that as we study him as an individual brings a lot of good to the table. Could have stood quite a bit of competition because I think that's a pretty high-level individual to be out here by himself. Congratulations.
And we are now ready for the January Ram Lambs in the natural colored Romney, looking for 3 entries of January Ram Lambs. Your Fall Ram Lamb class winner is lot 221, Winding Wicks Romneys, Chichester, New Hampshire. Let's bring those January Ram Lambs into the show ring. Dan Westlake.
Nice class here. Tons of quality as we continue through here. Really a pretty sheep that leads off. Just pitch black and lustrous as you get in on his fleece, but he's got giant legs. He's tall fronted. He's good up front. Nice place to lead off. I like a lot about the sheep that comes out in two. To me, he's a little bit just cleaner up front than the one in third. He's a little taller fronted, a little better in the way he sends his neck out of the top side of his shoulder. But I do think he's a little neater in terms of his underline as well. That's a sheep that doesn't match just the same amount of look and balance as the sheep that we lead off with. Love the color of the sheep that comes out in third, and boy, he's big-bodied, and he's just an easy-doing, nice, functional sheep. At the end of the day, doesn't quite come with the same extras as 2 and 1 in this particular class, but very, very high quality all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We're now ready for the February Ram Lambs and the natural colored Romney. Just 2 entries, February Ram Lambs. Here are the placings on your January class. First place, lot number 233, E.C. Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place, lot number 224, Funk Farm, Kernersville, North Carolina. Third place, lot number 223, also consigned by the Funk Farm from Kernersville, North Carolina. We're now sorting the February natural colored Romney Ram Lambs.
Exceptionally good pair of buck lambs out here. Really a nice place to start up front. Great looking buck from the side, and still one that I think comes with just an abundance of power as you work through the center portion of his body. But this is really his advantage, is this angle right here. He just props up so well. Love the fleece on the sheep that comes in second. Pitch black and just lustrous and beautiful from that standpoint. Tall-shouldered buck. Doesn't come with quite the same just bloom and fluff as that sheep that leads off. Just a little bit behind from a groceries perspective, but that young lady's doing an outstanding job getting him shown there. So congratulations to these two. We'll move into the next set.
Yep, we're ready to select the grand champion and reserve champion natural colored Romney Rams, so we can leave both of those Rams in the show ring. First place in that class was lot 228, consigned by Thistledown Farm. And second place, lot 1462, Misfit Acres.
Well, I made the same comments over on the white division, but I promise you, if you're a buyer on the outside or if you're watching online, there are sheep within this particular lineup that will get pulled in Supreme drives this year, and so I would encourage you to be active in terms of your bidding if you are a Romney enthusiast, because there's some really nice sheep out here. Really, it comes down between two of them, in my opinion. One of them is just exceptionally out there and good in terms of build and just size and scale. And then there's one that comes with a little bit more stoutness and power that isn't quite as mobile, and in particular off of his hind leg. And so with that said, I think both of them are very, very good. The yearling's going to be your champion. The foal's going to be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
The champion ram was the first place yearling ram, lot number 227, Thistledown Farm. The reserve champion ram was the first place fall ram, lot 221, Winding Wicks Romneys. We're now ready to move into the female portion of our natural colored Romneys. Let's go ahead and bring in the yearling ewes. Natural colored Romney yearling ewes.
exceptionally good class here, and now that we've got a few more spectators in here, I think everybody should probably look in at the quality that's in the ring right now. There's obviously a great set all the way down and through here, but this sheep that leads off, I think, is exceptionally good. That one is very good from the side. She comes with stoutness and power. She doesn't disappoint as you get your hands on her. Very elegant up through her front third, and so, yeah, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, I guess. I hide things about as well as a poker player wearing reflective sunglasses, but I like that one pretty good. The one that comes out in second, extremely good fleeced. She is just so good in terms of her center body, nice sheep, and just basic, and I mean that in the most positive sense of the word. She's good-legged, very proportionate, just doesn't come with the extras of that one up ahead of her. Like the sheep that comes out in third, stout, powerful. She's as big-footed and as heavy-structured as anything within this particular set. I'd like to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder just a little bit and make her more comfortable as we get out in motion. Sheep that comes out in four. Sheep that comes out in four, exceptionally good fleece on that sheep. She's a little skinnier and a little rawer in terms of the way that she's presented. That probably sits to her disadvantage just a little bit in terms of her center body and just her stoutness and power. But she's got a great look and a really, really intriguing fleece as you get in and start to part from an evaluation perspective. Nice class, very nice one to lead off. Congratulations.
We're now ready for January ewe lambs in the natural colored Romneys. Placings on your yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 229, Thistledown Farm. Second place was lot 226, Little Hooves Romneys. Third, lot 234, EC Plank. And fourth, lot 235. EC Plank. Let's go ahead and bring in the January natural colored Romney ewe lambs. 2 entries. Test. 1, 2, test. 1, 2.
Nice class here. Really solid place to start. Young lady brings us one that, again, I think if you're a young person on the outside looking to show one, I think that one's got a ton of future. Really, really big in terms of her underpinning. She has got great big feet and great big bones. Stands up on her toes, and certainly one that runs uphill the right direction. Nice sheep there. One that comes out in second. Nothing taken away from her. Nice sheep in her own right. Doesn't want to handle the ring quite as comfortably, but she is also probably just a little lower fronted as well, and not quite as out there her in terms of some of the pieces that she brings to the table. Nice pair. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
We're now ready for February ewe lambs. We've got one entry in the natural colored Romneys. And your January ewe lambs, first place, lot 236, EC Plank, and second place, lot 237, also consigned by EC Plank. Test, 1, 2, test.
Single entry February ewe lamb. Young lady brings us one that, again, could have stood some more competition. That's a nice sheep. Young lady does a great job getting her shown. Just a sound structured, certainly fundamentally correct sheep. Nice sheep there. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
In your February natural colored Romney class, first place is lot 1461, an added entry from Misfit Acres. We're now ready to select your grand champion and reserve champion natural colored Romney ewes. Columbia consigners, you are on deck, so have your Columbias ready to come to the show ring.
Very pleased with the lineup that we have back out here. And with that said, I think there's obviously a logical place to start. Nobody would be surprised if I told you which one that I was going to use. I think I'm not in the Romney business, I guess, but if I was, I'd start with one like that, and that's the yearling. That's an exceptionally good sheep. From there, I think it gets a little tougher for reserve, but I do think that this January's just got a ton of future and certainly a lot of out there pieces, if you will, and so I think that one progressively just gets better and better and better. She's my second favorite. Congratulations to those consigners.
The champion natural colored Romney ewes, the first place yearling ewe, lot 229, Thistledown Farm. The reserve champion is the first place January ewe lamb, lot 236 from EC Plank. We are now ready to move into the Columbia show. So let's bring in Columbia yearling rams.
Nice pair of bucks here. Really a nice sheep that leads off. And again, you talk about balance and symmetry. I think that guy certainly has that. As we study him out here, he is at a performance and a size disadvantage to the one that we have in second. But I would never look at that sheep and tell you that he's a small one by any means. I think he's very proportionate, good balance, stout, powerful sheep, and certainly like him from that standpoint. The pounds and performance sheep is the one that comes out in second. Big-bodied and good fleeced as well, but that's one that is just very, very long and extended and tall-fronted, pounds heavy, like a lot of things about him. From a balance perspective and from a skeleton perspective, he maybe doesn't blend quite as well or balance quite as well as the sheep that will lead to start off. Congratulations to those two on a nice pair of bucks to start off the Columbias.
Here are the results from the Columbia Yearling Ram class. First place, lot number 260, Addison Buzzinger. In second place in class, lot number 257, Kaufman Family Farms.
Single entry in the falls. Nice sheep here, certainly good in terms of fleece quality, but that one's tall-fronted. Comes with good underpinning in terms of just soundness of feet and legs. Stands up on his toes and has height the shoulder. I think a ton of future in that sheep. Congratulations to that consigner. Nice representation there.
Here are the results from the Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 255, Texel Columbia's.
Well, not high on quantity as we work into the Columbia Rams, but I think quality is certainly there. There's a nice set of sheep as we study these out here, sheep that come with balance and design, symmetry. In my opinion, there's one that, from a soundness of structure and build perspective, probably outrivals the other two, and that's our yearling. We're going to start here with Champion. We're going to follow up with the young men with the Fall for Reserve. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors.
Our next class is going to be your Columbia Yearling Ewes. Let's bring them on up to the arena, please. Columbia Yearling Ewes.
check. Check, check. Check, check. Nice set of yearling ewes over on the Columbia division. Really a nice sheep to lead off. Young lady brings us one that is just exceptionally good out from the side here. Very elegant up through her front third. Good in terms of her top line, her underpinning, and I think that's the easy place to go within this class. As we work from there down, there's a lot of different things that you can do and justify it. I like the sheep to come in second. Because of her body, because of her skeleton and the way she blends together. Now, she's not the best fronted sheep in class. She's not the longest necked, and she's not the best about her shoulder and her breastplate. But I do like her soundness of structure and her body dimension to get her into second. Best fleece sheep is in third. Like her a great deal from that aspect, and I like her body shape and from behind. We just need to take the base of her neck and set it on top of her shoulder, and that one gets into second within this particular class. Like the performance and the growth in the sheep in fourth. Extremely long-bodied, high-performing sheep. Doesn't quite match the just show ring look, if you will, of some of these up ahead of her from a balance perspective. Like the sheep that comes next, rib and body, hip and hind leg design, I think is very good. She's a little bit smaller in terms of just her bone size and her foot down low, just a little bit more fragile and frail in terms of her look. The one that rounds out the set, I like the length of body and the extension in and the added size that she has. Just for the added size that she does have, we need to accommodate it with just a little bit more size, just a little bit more stoutness and power and fullness, if you will, in this particular lineup. Nice set of sheep there. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your fall ewe lambs. Here are the results from the yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 254, Mentor Homestead. Second place, lot number 252, MKM Farms. Third place was lot number 261, Seaford Farm. Fourth was lot number 258, Kaufman Family Farm. Fifth place, lot number 263, LG Columbia's. And sixth place, lot number 262, Seaford Farms. Just one head in this class.
Single entry here as we move into the falls. One that certainly could have stood some competition. I think she props up exceptionally well. She's fitted to a T, obviously, but I like that sheep a good deal, and not just from her foundation, but also as you study her from a fleece perspective, she's nice there as well. I think a good combination sheep could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to that consigner.
You do have a
First place in our fall ewe lamb class, lot number 251, Dewdrop Farm. We're now ready to move into our February ewe lambs. Let's bring them on up to the arena, please. Check out January ewe lambs, January ewe lambs. Jake Reister, please go to your trailer. Jake Reister, please go to your trailer.
Really nice set of Januaries out here. And again, if you're a young person watching online or ringside that is trying to get a hold of one of these to show over the course of the next year or so, I think there's a couple of opportunities within this particular class to buy into that and to be competitive as we move over the next 12 months. Nice sheep to lead off. She props up well, very good in terms of fleece quality, good body shape on that sheep. Where she has the advantage over the sheep in second is her length of hip and her posture to her hock and hind leg, in my opinion. I do think that she's probably got just a little bit of an advantage from a fleece perspective as well. I love the sheep in second on the standstill, propped up. She's as good through her front third as anything in this particular class. Very good in terms of her body shape. She's one that gets maybe just a little bit more awkward in terms of her hind leg design, and as we get out in motion, it could be that she's just young and fighting the ring, and it could be maybe she's just a little tentative from that standpoint, but gets a little tighter up in her top line. The sheep that comes out in third, what you see is what you get. That's a nice sheep, big, high-performing ewe lamb, and certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of soundness of structure. Again, from a balance perspective, she gets maybe just a little bit bigger in her shoulder and rawer in terms of her center body. Doesn't blend quite as well as these two up ahead of her. Congratulations on a really nice set. Congratulations to those consigners.
Here are the results from the January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 256, Tyson Columbia's. In second place, lot number 253, MKM Farms. And in third place, lot number 259, Kaufman Family Farm.
Single entry as we work into the youngest age group of Columbias, but that's a sheep that's got a lot of potential and a lot of long-term good. Again, if you're a young person on the outside or just looking for an investment, I think that sheep just gets better and better and better every day. She's pretty juvenile and pretty youthful in terms of her look at this stage of the game, which gives you an opportunity to feed on that one and just go out every day and see one that just continues to get better. Congratulations to that consigner.
First place in our February ewe lamb class, lot number 264, LG Columbia's. We're now ready to show for your champion Columbia female.
Again, in the essence of time, we'll keep things rolling right along here, but not high on numbers or quantity necessarily, but certainly quality present within the Columbia show. Very good on the Ram side, and then the ewes have taken it another step up. In my mind, as you come back out here, it's really a couple of them that are in contention, I guess, in my opinion. You again, have a yearling that is very, very good in terms of build and balance, and she's 12 o'clock in terms of how she's presented. You've got a fall ewe lamb that I think is very, very good as well. Tall-shouldered, depth of body and balance is good on that one. Again, one that maybe isn't quite as ready as we study them compared to that yearling, but I think both of those sheep are exceptionally good. You just fall back on the ones that suit you best. I like the yearling for champion. I like the fall for reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The champion Columbia female came from the yearling ewe class, lot number 254, Mentor Homestead. Your reserve champion was from the fall ewe lamb class, lot number 251, Dewdrop Farms. This concludes the Columbia show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for coming into the Ohio Showcase sale. Our next breed up is going to be the Rambouillets. Rambouillets will be next. Looks like we've got a yearling ram. One yearling ram will be coming up. Rambouillet yearling rams. All right, we're now ready for the fall ram lambs. We don't have a yearling ram. Rambouillet fall ram lambs. Let's bring it up to the arena, please.
Single entry fall Rambouillet ram here. Big, upstanding, high scale type sheep, and certainly one that, as you project from a size perspective, I think he reaches a pretty big size long term, and certainly one that still comes with some stoutness and power and bone work underneath him as well. Nice fleece as you get in part. Congratulations to that consigner.
Our next class will be your February Ram Lambs. Let's bring them up to the arena. February Ram Lambs. Here's the results from the fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1456, In Body Brothers.
Nice pair of young buck lambs here. The buck lamb up front, certainly further along. That's to his advantage. But on top of that, I do think he's more relaxed in his top line, partly because I think he's better in terms of the angle of his shoulder, length out of his hip. Nice fleece on that buck as well. In my mind, a fairly easy place to start. Now, if you're just going to size him up, I do think that the one that comes in second in terms of height, the shoulder, and length of body probably gets bigger upon maturity. At this stage of the game, though, he's just a little behind the 8 ball from a groceries perspective, but it puts him at a little bit of a disadvantage, and then probably just a little bit more uncoordinated off of both ends. But nice pair there. Congratulations to that consigner.
We're now ready to show for your champion, Rambouillet Ram. Let's bring our fall buck back into the ring, please. Here are the results from the February Ram Lamb class. Both were consigned by Kirkpatrick Rambouillet's. First place, lot number 273. Second was lot number 274, Substitute.
Well, small in numbers here on the Rambouillet side. Again, in the essence of time, we'll just keep motoring here. Nice set of sheep. I think there's one of them that just from a balance and basic build standpoint surfaces. That's our class winner out of the youngest age group. He's going to be your champion, Rambouillet Ram, and then we're going to go ahead and follow him with the fall for reserve. Congratulations to those consigners.
The champion Rambouillet Ram came from the February Ram Lamb class, Kirkpatrick Rambouillet's. The reserve champion was from the fall Ram Lamb class, lot number 1456, In-Body Brothers. We're now ready to move into the Rambouillet female show. Let's bring in our yearling ewes. We have one head. Yearling ewes in the Rambouillets.
Single entry here in the yearling ewes, the Rambouillets, but boy, that sheep could have stood a lot more competition. That's one of the higher level sheep that we've seen so far today. Very, very good in terms of build and balance, breed character. That's a stout, powerful sheep that still comes with look and design. Congratulations to that consigner on bringing a very nice representative of that breed.
First place in our Rambouillet yearling ewe class, lot number 271, Dewdrop Farms. We're now ready for the fall ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the arena. Fall ewe lambs.
exceptional representation and the fall ewe lambs out here. Really a nice sheep to lead off. I think one that, again, just from the side paints a very, very good picture, and that, yet with that covers the fundamentals of soundness of structure and certainly body shape. Nice sheep from that aspect. The best fleece sheep is in second. Like her a great deal in terms of her potential size. That's a big-footed, heavy-structured one that's good-bodied and stout in her pin set as you get in behind her. It's just from this angle right here, partly because she's fighting the halter, but she gets just a little bit more off down her top line. She gets just a little bit heavier in terms of how she handles her front end at times. The one that comes out in third, I think, has got a ton of future just behind the 8 ball from a groceries perspective, but that one's very, very good built, and certainly, again, like I've said previously, if you're a young person on the outside of the ring looking to feed on one and just go out and watch them get fluffier and better, that one's going to do that. She's got the right kind of feet and running gear, just needs a feed bucket at this point. But nice set of sheep there. Congratulations.
We're now ready for the January ewe lambs. Here are the results from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 272, Dewdrop Farms. Second was lot number 277, Carpenter Farms. And in third place, lot number 1446, Tom Connor.
Move into a younger age group here, but I think the fundamentals still apply, and that's why obviously the young man sheep leads off here. I think, again, in terms of just skeletal correctness, she's has the advantage within this particular class, like her height, the shoulder, her top line, and the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Fleece advantage would work into 2 and 3 here. I like that sheep in 2 a good deal in terms of her body shape, her stoutness and power. Doesn't quite match the upfrontedness or look of the one that we lead off with. I like the size and the scale of the one that comes out in third. Very good from that aspect. She's just a little tight in her top and wants to get a little round on both ends. Again, comfortability within the ring is probably as much of the issue there as anything. She just needs to relax a little bit and handle the ring a little better. Congratulations to those consigners.
Our next class will be your February ewe lambs. Here are the results from the January class. First place, lot number 280, Regier Sheep. In second place, lot number 278, In-Body Brothers. And in third place, lot number 279, In-Body Brothers.
Nice set of sheep out here. Again, the one that leads off, in my opinion, just in terms of basics of balance, she has the advantage out here. Again, comfortability within the ring is probably in her favor as well, but outside of that, I like her body shape, I like her top line, and I like her hip and hind leg design more than the ones in 2 and 3. In second place is a really nice sheep, and I think that one's got just a ton of future. Really a clean and high-quality fleece as you get in on that sheep. Very good in terms of her construction up through her front 1/3. It's her hip and hind leg, in my opinion, that's just not quite as attractive as the one that we lead off with, but that's a very, very good sheep there in second. In third, we've got a big, long-bodied ewe that certainly, as you project forward, I think that one comes with a lot of size long-term. It's just at this stage of the game, a little bit behind the 8 ball from a groceries perspective, and then in terms of her top line, it just gets a little tight and a little rounder out of both ends. Congratulations to this crew. We will move on to the champion lineup.
Our next class will be for your champion, Rambouillet female. Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 281, Regular Sheep. Second place, lot number 276, Substitute, Kirkpatrick Rambouillets. Third place, lot number 275, Kirkpatrick Rambouillets.
Again, in the interest of time, we'll keep things moving here, or when we've got an opportunity to do so, and I think we certainly do here. Sheep that I really, really enjoy, and one that I guess hits my kind of what I look for when we're starting to put turkeys together. But I like stout, powerful, functional sheep that come with look and design. The yearling does that very, very well. She'll be our champion out here, and I think it's pretty logical to follow with the fall here for reserve. Congratulations to those consigners.
The champion Rambouillet female was from your yearling ewe class, lot number 271, Dewdrop. Your reserve champion came from the fall ewe lamb class, lot number 272, also consigned by Dewdrop Rambouillets. This concludes our Rambouillet show. We'd like to thank all the Rambouillet consigners for coming to this year's Ohio Showcase. We're now ready to move into our next breed of sheep, which will be the Corriedales. What do we have for Corriedale? Looks like we have yearling rams. Corriedale yearling rams will be your first class.
good pair of sheep here, and certainly what they bring to the table from a buyer's perspective is vastly different. And so I'll be the first one to admit that. Big, extended sheep to lead off here. He's got great big feet, really heavy structured sheep that's tall fronted. He's got a good look from the outside. The better fleece sheep is the one that comes out in second. I like him just a little bit better in terms of his body shape, his width, his dimension, stoutness, and power. Just gets outmassed or outsized just a little bit as you study him to that one that wins. But as much as anything for me, as you study him out of his hip and hind leg, like to free him up there just a little bit. That's two very good sheep that are very good in different areas. So congratulations to those consigners.
Oh, I just screwed that up. Should be up here. Here are the results from the Corriedale Yearling Ram class. First place, lot number 296, Manor View Farm. Second place in class was lot number 297, Morris Corriedales. We're now ready for the January Ram Lamb.
Single entry here, really a nice sheep. That guy, I think, has got just a ton of future. He's got great breed character, and then on top of that, very good in terms of his build and design. Nice individual there that could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Here are the results for the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 291, Substitute, Freeze Livestock.
Well, you're able to pick your flavor in the Corriedales just a little bit today. Boy, there is just a lot of differences between these three that are represented out here. I think all three of them have great things that they bring to the table. All three of them maybe have just a couple of things that we could modify just a little bit. The nice thing about being the guy up on the microphone is you get to use the one that you like the best, just regardless of size or maturity or anything like that. In my opinion, the Ram Lamb's the best one out here. He's going to be your champion. We're going to follow with the yearling for reserve. Congratulations.
The champion Corriedale Ram was your January Ram Lamb, lot number 291, Substitute, Freeze Livestock. Your reserve champion was your first place yearling, lot number 296, Manor View Corriedales. Our next class will be your Corriedale Yearling Ewe class. We need 3 of them. Corriedale Yearling Ewes.
Nice class of Corriedale ewes here, and certainly ones that I think have a lot of value and usefulness all the way through here. Nice place to start. That's the show sheep of the three, I think, in terms of just painting a good presence from the outside, standing down on good circumference of foot and bone, obviously, and then just being fundamentally correct in terms of her skeleton. I think that's the place to lead off. Nice traditional Corriedale that comes out in second. Beautiful in terms of just her fleece and character there. Love her head. I think that's a good sheep that ultimately props up well. Just doesn't come with quite the same extras. She's a little bit smaller and just more petite in terms of her bone work and underpinning. Nice sheep that rounds out our set, big-bodied and high growth. Doesn't come with quite the same look as the two ahead of her, just in terms of her front third design, but equal quality in terms of just her fleece as you get in on her. Nice set of sheep there all the way through. Congratulations to those consigners.
Here are your next class is your fall ewe lambs. First place in the yearling class, lot number 294, Peters Corriedales. Second in class was 298, Morris Corriedales. And in third place, lot number 299, Morris Corriedales. All right, we just have one entry in all of our classes for the ewe lambs. So let's bring the fall lamb, the January lamb, and the February lamb all in at the same time. The judge will take a look at them. All right, we need the second place yearling to come back in the ring at this time too. Here are the placings on the individual ewe lamb classes. The first place fall ewe lamb consigned on lot number 295, Peters Corriedales. The first January lamb, lot number 292, Freeze Livestock. And the first February ewe lamb, lot number 293, Freeze Livestock.
Again, just kind of expedited things just a little bit with our single entry classes, but I think there's a lot of value, and I'll go through and just talk them real quickly. But the fall ewe lamb's exceptionally good. I think that's one that balances very well, combines stoutness and power into a good look. Get into the January, and I think that's one that, in terms of her skeleton's exceptionally good, very good in her top line, ton of future on that sheep. The February, from just a size size standpoint has probably as much potential for growth, continued growth as anything in this particular lineup. I think you study her in terms of her length of body and her height of shoulder. Like her a great deal from that standpoint. She probably just needs to relax just a little bit as we study them out here. Talked to the yearlings already. Nice set of sheep between those two, but fairly logical place in my mind to go with for champion. That's the fall. And then ultimately, as we come back out here to select reserve, I think there's one that follows suit just in terms of her type and kind, and that's the yearling here. She'll be the reserve in this particular division. Congratulations to those consigners.
The champion Corriedale female was the first fall ewe lamb, lot number 295 of Peters Corriedales. The reserve champion came from your yearling ewe class, lot number 294, Peters Corriedales. This concludes the Corriedale show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for coming out today and bringing a nice group of sheep. We'd like to thank our judge, Randall Von Krosik, for making the placings in a number of our different breeds here today. Our next breed is going to be the Texels. What do we have? Looks like we have Texel yearling rams. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Texel yearling rams. Currently in the ring, we have our Texel yearling rams. Our judge for today's Texel show is Brad Ellerbrock from Illinois.
Start out here with our Texel yearling buck class. All these sheep have some value if you just want to put them in terms of some muscle and some length of body and stuff from there. From a structural standpoint, I'd like to change all of them just a little bit, but I think the buck we start with's got some added length of body, some added length of hip. I think he's just a little bit better in terms of way of shoulder, puts himself together. Sure, like to tighten him up a little bit. It might be right behind his shoulder, give him a little bit bigger rack there, but a lot of good things about him. Buck here in 2 is a buck that handles with a lot of shape and a lot of natural muscle touch and tone. And we end the class with a buck that's really good under his rib cage. Just like to tighten him up in his skin some, add a little more dimension in his lower leg.
We're now ready for the Fall Ram Lambs, Texel Fall Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the yearling ram class. First place, lot number 578, Cook Livestock. In second place was lot number 590 for CRN Farms. And in third place, lot number 577, MVF Texels.
Quite a bit of value, I think, in these 2 bucks that hit the ring in this particular class. Both of them really big in their body and big in their rib cage, very dimensional, lots of muscle and lots of shape. I just think the extension, the smoothness of pattern of the buck that wins, I think he's a little taller at the point of his shoulder, a little leveler and in his top line, but a buck that has a tremendous amount of muscle shape, could withstand a lot of competition. One here in second, another one really, really big in his rack, really, really creasy in terms of the way he grooves down his back. Just like to level that one up just a little bit, maybe make him a little taller at the point of his shoulder, level him up a little bit, but 2 bucks that both have a tremendous amount of quality in my opinion.
Our next class will be your February Ram Lamb. We only have one, so let's keep the other rams close to the ring if you would, please. Here are the results from the Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 571, Pine Knob Farm. Second place, lot number 584, Substitute, Rock Sheep Company.
Single entry here, but a buck that has a tremendous amount of quality about him. He's good in his rib cage and the way his design is. You know, if I'd change him just a little bit, maybe clean him in his breastplate just a little bit, but a buck that's smooth in his shoulder blade, a buck that's got some length of his top side and just tremendous amount of muscle shape from behind.
First place in the February class, lot number 572, Pine Knob Farms. We're now ready to show for your champion, Texel Ram.
pretty obvious for me in my mind on which one I think wins. The buck here in front of me I think's got a tremendous amount of quality about him. He'll be your champion. Buck that's really good in his rib cage, lots of design, very smooth about the way the buck puts himself together. Tremendous amount of skull width and just natural muscle shape from front to rear. I think that one wins pretty easy. It's a little closer for me between the last class and the second in that same class. I think there's one, though, that when you study him, and I think he follows a type and kind and a little bit better balance. I'm going to go back and get the young buck lamb here for reserve. I think he's another one that's really bold and opened up in his upper rib cage there, really level in his design, good underneath. Maybe just like to tighten his skin just a little bit, but a really high quality one.
The champion Texel Ram came from the Fall Ram Lamb class, lot number 571, Pine Knob Farm. The reserve champion was your February class winner, lot number 572, also consigned by Pine Knob Farm. We're now ready for the yearling ewes, Texel yearling ewes.
Really a functional set of ewes out here in the Texel side. Really, really nice in terms of one here up on the top of the class. I mean, you know, when you talk about pieces and puzzles and trying to put together animals sometimes, I think this one's pretty unique in terms of the muscle shape that she's got, the rib cage that she's got in her design. Really short-bladed, really good in her heart. Tremendous amount of muscle shape up over her top line and just lots of shape from behind. You know, all these sheep, you like to change them and level them some in their design, but in terms of just structurally correct, well balanced, put her in a spot right there, boy, that one's pretty good. I think the one here in 2 is a lot like her in terms of maybe being a little taller fronted. I just don't appreciate the design underneath, and I don't think she's quite as good in her hock as is the one that wins the class, but a really nice pair up here on the top. A little more up profiling type of one here in 3, maybe taller at the point of the shoulder than in 2, but one that to me I just don't think she wants to bust just a little bit behind her shoulder, doesn't pull together as much rack, but a long-sided one, good under her underneath side, got plenty of shape and design that comes with it. We end with you with real functionability, kind of a situation with muscle and shape. She's a little bit younger than the other ones ahead of her in my opinion, but I think a ewe that just doesn't have the size and scape of the ones ahead of her.
Our next class is going to be your fall ewe lambs. Here are the results from the Texel yearling ewe class. First place was lot number 573, Pine Knob Farm. Second, lot number 574, also Pine Knob Farm. Third place was lot number 580, Cook Livestock. And fourth place was lot number 582, Ideal Acres. Right.
Out here in this class, we got another one that wins the class, I think, rather handily. Big and bold and stout and lots of rib cage in this one. Maybe not as freaky feminine as our yearling ewe, but one that you appreciate the stoutness in the body and the muscle that she has. She carries herself very nicely around the ring. Just like to maybe make her a little bit more cleaner down into her chest and her lower 1/3 of her shoulder. And you here in second, another one that's got lots of shape. Very well balanced, just not as big in its frame, length of body, maybe not as level from hooks to pins as the one ahead of it, but a very functional ewe here in second.
Our next class is going to be your January ewe lambs. Here are the results from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 575, Pine Knob Farm. Second in that class was lot number 585, Rock Sheep Company.
So anyway, he basically did, and he gave it all to Michigan State. And they tried to, they kind of did a little conniving, and all of a sudden,
A little younger class here, but one that has a lot of quality, in my opinion. Well balanced, very good about her length of blade, but yet has tremendous amount of muscle shape, really good in her loin edge. Sheep that has a lot of shape and a lot of look about her. Maybe like to maybe just loosen her up just a little bit in her hock, but a sheep that could have withstand some quality in the right show situation.
and no, with Michigan State. And then right now it's in a big.
We're now ready to show for the champion, Texel female. Let's bring them into the ring, please.
If you're a Texel enthusiast, or in my mind, as I look at it, in terms of if you're looking for a Texel ewe, maybe a donor type quality ewe that you want to flush or get excited about, yearling ewe is going to be champion. I think that one's really, really good. I think she's really well designed, tremendous amount of shape, lots of muscle, but yet puts together in a really awesome way in terms of her design underneath in her rib cage, bold and stout, but yet really smooth, and they just really appreciate her. She's awfully good. I think she stands alone. I think the easy place to follow in my mind, I think as you start to look at them in terms of the one that next best puts together structural correctness with some muscle and some stoutness, and yet I think moves around the ring rather well. I'm going to use this ewe lamb ram here for reserve. I think the other yearling ewes big and tall and extended. I just don't think I'd like to loosen her up back in her hooks to pins and make her a little more sound when she gets into motion.
The champion Texel female is your first place yearling, lot number 573, Pine Knob Farm. The reserve champion was the fall ewe lamb, lot number 575, also consigned by Pine Knob Farm. This concludes our Texel show. We'd like to thank all the Texel consigners for bringing their individuals into the Ohio Showcase sales. All right, our next breed, we're going to move into the Wether sires and dams. Our Dorsets will be the first group. We need the Dorset yearling rams of the Wether sires. Wether sire Dorsets, yearling rams. Let's bring them up to the ring, please. Let's bring in our Dorset Wether sires, please. Yearling rams. Dorset Wether sire, yearling rams. Let's bring them into the ring, please.
two different types and kinds on the top of the Dorset yearling buck class out here. It's just whatever preference you want to run with. I think the buck that starts with when he moves around the ring, I think he's just a lot sounder structured. I think he's better in terms of his bone work and the stoutness that he hits the ground with. More laid in about his shoulder, and appreciate the way he puts his head up on top of his shoulder and put him in motion, keeps his top line a lot better. Is there as much muscle as the one here in two? I don't know if I'll say that, but I think there's enough with the balance and the kind that he is. The buck here in two, you know, there's some muscle and some shape to him. Where I really get a little more critical is when you put him in motion. I like to change him back in his hawk set. Just gets a little bit up underneath of himself just a little bit, and might just be being a buck in terms of being an honor out here in the ring, but a buck that has some muscle and some shape. Just like to add some bone, a little bit more shag on that one to get higher. The next two bucks, a lot greener, a lot younger, or a lot more immature buck here in third. I think he's just got more quality than one down here in four. The one in four's got a lot more muscle in him. I like to change him from a structural standpoint some, but a nice class to start the Wether Sire show.
Around our farm. What? Well, I could be dead.
We're now ready for the fall ram lambs. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Here are the results from the yearling ram class. First place, lot number 1470, WD Dorsets and Club Lambs. Second was lot number 607, Myers Club Lambs. Third place was McQuinley Club Lambs, lot number 619, Substitute. And in fourth place, lot number 629, Riven Oak.
I signed our 40. My dad signed our 40, 2,600 an acre. I'm like, that's a lot. That's one of the deals. You sit there and you go, how can you turn that down? You can't.
I'm not interested.
No, but you just can't. We couldn't turn that down. That's a lot.
We got a family where I just,
That's a lot.
I know this. This Borson that farmed all this land, he bought Linda Clinton's land. You know, you remember my sister. They sold all their land in Michigan, bought a farm in Rancho, Montana. And he bought all the land that I own, a couple of small farms down there. He bought all that. He had to put it in cash. They needed that money to buy it. That's how they made out. All these other farmers. Linda and Quint were lucky because he knew they needed the money in order to buy the ranch in Montana.
A lot of differences in type and kind and age and weight, but I think the buck we start with, I think, puts the most right things together for us today. I think a buck that's got some look about him. He's got some bone work and some substance to him. Really big rack, lays in off nice off of his shoulder into his rack, level back into his hip. He's maybe not as good underneath in his body, but a sheep that I think has a tremendous amount of quality about him in his own right. Maybe pull him apart a little in his cage. The two big difference is the two sheep. There's just such a polar difference in weight and type and kind. kind, but I think the buck here in second's just better designed. I think he's better in his shoulder blade. I think when you put him into motion, he stays better in his chest floor in relationship to his flank, moves around the ring, leveler down his top line, and sounder back into his hock. Buck here with tremendous amount of performance and muscle and stoutness and rib in him. Just like to make him a little more structurally correct, clean him up in the length of blade and into his heart just a little bit, but a sheep that's got a lot of pounds and grew well.
So they brought us our contract on that. Originally told us it'd be 16 and ended up.
Our next class will be your January Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 622, WD Dorsets and Club Lambs. Second, lot number 620, McQuinley Club Lambs. And in third place, lot number 611, McCarthy Dorsets. January Ram Lambs.
Pair of bucks that both have some quality about them. I think the buck that wins the class just from a balance and type and kind, buck that really has some quality in terms of his length of blade. The chest floor in that sheep's good. He's got nice shape. He wedges up nicely from behind. You know, you might loosen him up just a little bit in his hock and maybe back there, but a sheep that when if you just study him right there and also when he's on the move, he's the one that collects himself very nicely in this class. Buck here's got a tremendous amount of performance, growth, length of body in second. Maybe like to strengthen him in his pasturage just a little bit, but a buck that has some muscle and some shape to him, a buck that has grown well and has some muscle shape when you get behind him, just doesn't collect as nicely balanced, isn't as cool fronted as the one ahead of him.
Next class will be your February Ram Lambs. We just have one. Have your first and second place winners of each of our classes ready to come back in the ring, please. Here are the results from the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 634, Substitute, Phantom Hills. Second place, lot number 617, WF Club Lambs.
Another buck lamb out here in this class could have withstand some competition in my mind. Buck that's very smooth in his design. He's good in terms of his neck set. Buck that gets around the ring well enough in my mind, but a buck that when he props him up has a really good profile, a really good shape to his leg. Maybe like to level him just a little bit in his design, loosen him up in his hock just a little bit, but a buck that could have withstood a tremendous amount of competition in his age group.
Okay. Yes, you do. Here are the results from the February Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 631, Nichols Sheep Farm.
Champion Dorset Wether sire. They're really a nice set of bucks for people to work through tomorrow in terms of take whatever you guys need to add to your own program. I think there's a pair of them that are just better balanced. I think they put together the most right things in terms of having their feet and legs better bodied in terms of when you put them in motion. I think they collect themselves. Their head sets on top of their shoulder. Dock is level and square in terms of these sheep, and they carry themselves very nicely. I think it's a pair of bucks that you have to sort out which kind you like and which ones were better for you or your particular program. But I think there's one that combines the most right things. And, you know, when you get into our industry today, wool seems to be starting to matter in terms of foot size, bone work, and all those kinds of things too. And it's amazing how we've gotten here, but it is a part of our business, and it's a real part of our business. But nice pair of bucks. Champion will be our yearling buck. Reserve will be a young man here in the lime green here.
Champion Ram in our Dorset Wether sires came from a yearling class, lot number 1470, WD Dorsets and Club Lambs. The reserve champion was from the January Ram Lamb class, lot number 634, substitute, Phantom Hills. We're now ready to move into the Dorset Wether Dams. Dorset Wether Dams yearling ewes. Let's bring them in the ring, please.
I've had several people ask about the used equipment auction. We're probably still going to be going here, but it's going to be close. But they're going to start over there at 6 o'clock. Okay, now, folks, we've got 324 lots of used equipment tonight. So they're going to start, Sam and Darby and Tyler are going to start at 6. They're going to sell for about 20 minutes, and then they're going to split into 2 rings. All right? So there will be 2 rings going over there. So we don't want that thing to last till 10 or 10:30 tonight. We want to get it over with around 8 or 8:30. So they're going to motor through that stuff, but there's over 300 lots of used equipment, and that is going to start at 6 o'clock, whether we're done here or not.
You guys are the buyers. You'll have to sort out which one you like of these 2 the best. But I think when you prop this one up, the 1-in-1, I think this deserves to win in terms of being a little bit better balanced. I think she's better in her chest floor, has a little more flank and a little more dimension in her. I like to change both of these when you put them into motion just a little bit in terms of feet and legs. But I think the stoutness of bone, the bigger foot size, the profile when we're propped up, I think this one deserves to win. Very functional ewe here in second. Just like to add some wool and some stoutness of bone to this ewe, maybe make her a little sounder when we put her in motion also, but a ewe that has a lot of functionability in terms of length of body and rib cage in this one.
The placings on the Dorset Wether Dam yearling ewes. First place, WF Club Lambs. Second place, lot 620. First place, lot 618. Second is 621, McQuinley Club Lambs. We're now ready for Dorset Fall Ewe Lamb. Dorset Wether Dams Fall Ewe Lambs.
I think the ewe wins this class, wins so rather handily. I think a ewe that's really, really good in terms of her femininity or design. She's long-sided. Really, when you put her in her motion, I mean, she really holds her tail head right. She's long in her hip. I think she's a sheep that's very, very good in terms of the blade length and the way her chest and flank puts herself together. Unfortunately, so many of the white ones don't get themselves put together very well underneath. This one does a really, really nice job with that. If I'd change her, you might blow her apart a little bit more muscle in terms of back into her hip, maybe in her lower leg, but she has the natural width and dimension when she puts herself into motion that I think she just does the most right things. The ewe here in second, really appreciate the big-footedness, the wooliness about this one. I think that makes her very current in where we are. She's a ewe that's got a lot of rib cage in her. She isn't quite as feminine as our class winner, but another one that's very functional, very high quality, and very useful in our white breed today. Ewe here in third, another one that's good looking. I think when you study her there when she's propped up, she's got the feminine design like my class winner. This one, when you put her into motion, she wants to get a little bit more closed up underneath in terms of back into her hock. She's a little smaller footed, not as stout featured in that regard, but she's a nice one in terms of you just want some muscle and some stoutness and still have some femininity. Big bodied, big broody one type of a ewe here. Just runs a little bit downhill for me. I'd like to bring her up at the point of her shoulder, but she's bold and she's opened up underneath in her cage. She's just one of those ewes that just means to me to make her head set up on top of her shoulder a lot better, make her taller fronted, and it makes it more natural when she gets around the ring. We end the class with a ewe that's really feminine, up and out, and got a long neck about her. We just need to add more dimension to this one from front to rear.
Our next class in the Dorset Wether Dam show will be January ewe lambs. 3 lots, January ewe lambs. Here are the placings on the fall ewe lambs. First place, lot 608, Myers pulled Dorsets. Second, lot 626, DL Grumbine and Sons. Third, lot 613, McCarthy Dorsets. Fourth, lot 630, Substitute, H&R Rustic Acres. And fifth, lot 612, McCarthy Dorsets.
got a Dorset. He said he had a Dorset paper, but it's underneath the Dorset Advantage class. This one is entered in the Dorset Advantage class, and he said he gave him a Dorset paper on it.
What's the lot number?
650.
All right. We'll just have to make it a note.
Add him in here then. Or? Who is it then?
WF Club Lambs.
Real easy class winner for this particular class. I think this ewe lamb's really, really good designed. I think she's really cool the way she moves around the ring. And a sheep that's very, very shapely when you get from all angles of her. She wedges up in all the right places. You know, she isn't as feminine fronted as maybe as some of them, but a ewe that has a lot of power, rib cage, underlying quality, and just structural correctness that you have to really appreciate that one a fair amount. Ewe here in second. She's tall at the point of her shoulder. Like to just change her a little bit and level her out from hooks to pins. A ewe that has a lot of rib cage though to her, long-necked, one of those sheep that maybe pull her down in her flank. Ewe that's got a lot of growth, a lot of length of side, long-fronted. Here in three, she's not cooperating very good today, but I think a ewe that I think falls into third. We end the class with one that's just a little bit lighter weight, but has a lot of quality. I think this class from top to bottom has something to offer us out here in the Dorset breed, like that one in terms of its design, just to get out-horsed in this particular class today.
We're now ready for the February ewe lambs, please. We only have one head. Here are the results of the January class. First place, lot number 635, Phantom Hills. In second place, we have lot number 627, D.O. Crumbine and Sons. Third place, lot number 609, Myers Pulled Dorsets. Fourth place, lot number 650, W.F. Club Lambs. This will be our last class of Dorset Wether Dams. Let's be getting our first and second place winners from each of the classes back up here to the ring, please.
Much like our buck lamb class, single entry in the last class of the day, but one that could withstand a tremendous amount of competition. High quality one here. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's well designed, very feminine fronted, but yet has some shape to her from front to rear. I think a ewe lamb that could withstand tremendous amount of competition. I like that one fair amount.
Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 632, Nichols Sheep Farm.
Very nice offering out here for our Dorsets for tomorrow's sale. I think there's some nice pieces to be offered out here in terms of putting it together, but there's a pair that are just better balanced. I think they put things together in terms of being better about their underlying quality. I think they have more shape and more real muscle shape when you get from behind them. I'm talking about the two younger classes. I think that's where your champion reserve needs to come from. I think when you start to sort those two, I think when you start to look at them, I think there's maybe a tweak more rib cage and power in terms of that portion of our older ewe lamb. Like we talked about her in our class, we might want to change her just a little bit in her breastbone ever so slightly, but you appreciate the stoutness and the muscle that comes from behind her. And we talked about the last class, having a winner there that could have withstand a lot of competition. Lots of bone work, lots of quality, excellent rib cage, has a good shape about her, feminine or design. I'm opting to go with the younger one, followed by a little bit older ewe lamb here. The young one will be your champion. The next one will be reserve.
The champion was lot number 632, Nichols Sheep Farm, with the first place fall ewe lamb. The reserve champ, or February ewe lamb. The reserve champion came from the January class, lot number 635, Phantom Acres. This concludes the Dorset Wether, Sire, and Dam show. We're now ready to move into the Dorset Advantage. And it looks like our January Ram Lambs will be your first class. Dorset Advantage, January Ram Lambs.
Just to clarify, there's two different classes. We went ahead and left them in the ring, so we got the older buck lamb class and the younger buck lamb class out here. So technically, both of them won their particular class. For champion out here, I think the real difference becomes when you put these two in motion. I think there's one that just moves around the ring a lot more collected, keeps its top line straighter, keeps its top line down, and hooks to pins. It's a lot leveler. I think a sheep that has a lot more stifle and definitely has a better hock set in him. Young buck lamb will be your champion, followed by the older mature buck here will be reserved in this particular Dorset Advantage.
The champion will be your fall ram lamb, lot number 641. February. The February ram lamb, lot number 641, Oldenburgs. And your reserve champion is your January ram lamb, lot number 655, Clay Ridge. All right, we're now ready to move into the Dorset Advantage female show. This will be the Fall Ewe Lambs. Fall Ewe Lambs. Let's bring them up to the ring, please.
Dorset Advantage yearling ewes out here, or falls. A big set of quality sheep from top to bottom, I think, but the ewe that wins, I think, wins so rather fancily in my mind. Really cool fronted, really elegant about the front 1/3 of her, and yet when you put her into motion, I mean, there's one that really holds herself together, not only just when he props her up and gets her set, but she moves around the ring with a lot of quality. She wins rather handily. Ewes here in second and third, you guys sort that out tomorrow. In my mind, I think the ewe that goes in second is just better in her flank line relative to her chest. I think a ewe that's feminine about her design. I think she stays a little bit leveler. When you put her into motion, I think she's a little bit better in her hock than you here in third. Big bodied, big ribbed kind of a ewe. When she finally puts herself together, she gives us a nice look. Just don't like her as well when you put her in motion. The last ewe here just needs a little more time on feed. She's a little more immature. Definitely could use a little more flank in that one.
Here are the results from the Fall Ewe Lamb class in our Dorset Advantage. First place, lot number 645, D.L. Crumbine and Sons. In second place, lot number 646, also consigned by the Grumbines. In third place, lot number 643, Myers Wool Dorsets. And in fourth place, lot number 657, H&R Rustic Acres.
There's two up here at the top that separate themselves, and even within that top pair, I think the one that wins separates herself quite a bit. Here's a high-quality one. She's really good about her foot size, her bone work. She's really shaggy-legged, but then when you really get in and study her, there's a sheep that's got a lot of quality. Boy, she's good in her rib cage. She's opened up in her upper center rib cage. She's got tremendous amount of shape from behind. This old gal here can withstand some competition, a lot of different opportunities there. You here in second is similar in those kind in terms of being really open about her rib cage. She's got some width in her chest. She's got some stoutness of feature, very nice forearm size in her, and has a tremendous amount of rack shape. She just ran into one that's just a skosh better ahead of her, but a nice one in her own right. Here in third, and one that's high-headed, long neck. She just doesn't move around the ring as naturally as smooth and as efficient as the ones ahead of her. Doesn't have as much dimension from behind. Doesn't have as much width down low in her leg. But a big-bodied, good-ribbed one has a nice look about her, just like to put some dimension behind her. You here in four is the one that's really good ribbed in terms of being good in her chest floor relative to her flank. Like to add a little more foot size to that one. Maybe make her a little taller fronted, but one that has some good things about her. And then we have one that ends the class just a little more immature, needs more time on feed to be more competitive in this class.
Our next class will be February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs.
Got 3 of them, it looks like. You sure?
No.
That's what we're told, but who knows?
Here are the results of the January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1466, Daniel Club Lambs. Second, lot number 656, Clay Ridge Sheep. In third place, lot number 644, Myers Pole Dorsets. Fourth place, lot number 651, McQuinley Club Lambs. And fifth place, lot number 1403, Carson Club Lambs.
Another nice class winner here at the top of this class. Big-footed, sound. In terms of it gets around the ring very nicely. She's good in her rib cage. She's not as good in her flank relative to her chest floor as all of them out here, but one that in terms of when you study her in her totals, muscle shape, design, footwork, bone work, leg wool, all the pieces, and to still be really high-headed, I think that one wins the class rather easily. Closer placing here in second, third. You can toss this up between yourselves and your own mind. I really am trying to study these sheep on the move, and this one just moves better. I mean, she holds her chest floor relative to her flank. She stays a lot leveler from hooks to pins. I think she's just better in those areas. I'd like to maybe stouten her up at the ground, give her a little more bone, a little more foot size, but a ewe that I think just in her design, I think she deserves to be in second. The guys here in third, I think a ewe lamb that when you really appreciate her when they finally get her set, I think she has a very nice look about her. I like to change this when you put her in motion. From hooks to pins, she wants to get off. She wants to get a little odd in her hocks on the move, but a ewe that has a lot of quality. Boy, you appreciate the length of neck in that one, that's for sure.
Our next class will be your champion Dorset Advantage female. We need our first and second place winners from each of our female classes, please. Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 659, Nichols Sheep Farm. Second, lot number 642, Oldenburg Farms. Third place, lot number 1447, Myers Pole Dorsets.
Really studying there just a little bit more for reserve. I think there's one that wins this pretty handily for me. The guys here in front of me, that ewe lamb wins this in terms of the Dorset Advantage. That's a high-quality animal. I don't care what breed you want to put her in. She's really shapely down her top line. She's great in her rib cage, really good in her bone work, really love her shape. That one's extremely, extremely high quality and separates herself in this deal rather easily. I think it's a little closer between the ewe lamb down here and our lung class and our yearling or fall. I think it's a fall. I apologize. I think there's a difference in terms of femininity design. In terms of our fall, she's a little more up and out. Just doesn't require as much muscle shape in that one as I see in the young ewe lamb. I think this young ewe lamb follows more the type and kind of a Brad Ellerbrock type of a sheep. We're going to use her for reserve in terms of for the second for reserve Dorset Advantage.
The champion Dorset Advantage female was from your January ewe lamb class, lot number 1466, Daniels Club Lambs. The reserve champion came from the February ewe lamb class, lot number 659, Nichols Sheep Farm. This concludes the Dorset Advantage show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for bringing their sheep into the Ohio Showcase. Our next breed up is the Hampshire Wether Sires and Dams. Looks like we have yearling rams. Hampshire Wether Sire yearling rams.
We're going to leave them the way they come in the ring there. I think the buck that wins the class, I think he's extremely well designed. I think for a yearling buck, I think he's maintained himself very nicely up front. Really neat about his shoulder. Very, very square and dimensional when you get up over the top of him, and yet he's very good from his chest to his flank. A buck that's very good in his breastplate. A buck that has a lot of quality in terms of one that's maintained himself, and I appreciate sheep as they age to still have that look about them. The buck here in second, really stout, big bone. Lots of feature and width and body. This sheep just gets a little bit quicker in his kind for me, a little bit too short in terms of his cannon bone for me, but a buck that if you need to add some dimension and some width and some muscle and some rib cage, that buck might be able to help you.
We're now ready for the fall ram lambs. We just have one. Let's bring him up to the ring, please. Here are the results of your yearling ram show. First place, lot number 683, Howell Club Lambs. Second place was lot number 685, Riven Oak.
It's a nice quality buck that's in an individual class out here that could have withstand a tremendous amount of competition. Really tall at the point of his shoulder, very level in his design. Sheep that handles with even more shape than what you might originally see when you just see him from standing there. He's very wedged in terms of being tidy about his front 1/3 of his body and gives us more width and dimension from behind. A buck that you appreciate the quality and the balance of that one.
First place in the fall Ram Lamb class, lot number 1458. Hall Club Lambs and Katahdins. We're now ready for the January Ram Lambs. We just need one. January Ram Lambs. Thank you.
I said he's not QQ or, yeah, he's a
Another single entry out here in the falls, I think, is what we're at on age, maybe a January, but a buck that has a tremendous, I think it's a January. Buck lamb that has a lot of quality in terms of meat, muscle, and length of body, and he puts together in a good package. I'd maybe like to, when you put him in motion, maybe drop his top line just a little bit. He wants to pop up there, but a buck that has some quality in terms of dimension of rib cage from front to rear, and yet has a good flank underline relationship, and a buck that has a tremendous amount of shape from behind.
One time in the Open Suffolk, I got second. Judge said it wasn't good enough to be first.
All right, we're now ready to show for your champion, Hampshire Wether sire. Champion Hampshire Wether sire. Let's bring our individuals back into the ring, please. First place in January Ram Lamb, lot number 671, Daniels Club Lambs.
Out here for champion Hamp Buck. I think the winner stands out to me pretty easily. Well balanced, really sound on his feet and legs. You know, you'd like to change in terms of the one thing. He lost his leg wool down there from heel mites at some point in his life. But a sheep that certainly has a lot of shag, a lot of bone work, a lot of balance, a lot of quality. Our older buck is going to be our champion. He's easily the best one in terms of putting the most right things together, both from a structural standpoint and some meat and muscle. I think it's a little closer when you look at these other two bucks back here in the buck lamb class. There's one that's a little better structured, a little better in terms of the way he wants to carry himself around the ring. That's the buck here in front of me. The buck behind me maybe has a little more stoutness or a little more feature to him, but I think in terms of the way he puts his top line and the way he moves with just a little bit in his shoulder, I'm going to use this other buck here right here in front of me for reserve. I think he's the next best balanced one out here.
The champion ram in the Hampshire Wether sires was the yearling ram, lot number 683, Howell Club Lambs. Your reserve champion came from the fall ram lamb class, lot number 1458, Hall Club Lambs and Katahdins. We're now ready to move into the Hampshire Wether Dams. Hampshire Wether Dams yearling ewes. Let's bring them up to the ring, please. We still need one more yearling ewe for our Hampshire Wether dams.
Both ewes out here have some good pieces about them. I think the ewe that wins the class, I think, just has more balance in terms about the way they're shorter bladed, better in its chest floor. You know, one of those that just sets up and props and has a very well balanced look about it, wedges back and gets very much wider from behind. Sheep that's big rack, big ribbed, stout from that standpoint. Appreciate that about her. Bigger framed one here, a little taller at the point of her shoulder, but comes in a little more unbalanced package for me. Needs to be a little deeper in her flank, needs to clean her up in her chest floor a little bit, but one that's got a lot of growth, tremendous amount of muscle shape in her rack. Just need to make her a little bit better balance, particularly on the move.
Next class will be your fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs. Here are the results from the yearling ewe class from our Hampshire Wether dams. First place, lot number 676, Dan Westlake Hampshires. Second place, lot number 1224, Howell Club Lambs.
Single entry here in our fall class. Another one that's well balanced, very good in terms of shortness of its blade, good in its heart. Maybe like to make it just a scotch leveler when you put it into motion, but one that handles with good touch and tone. Very good shape from front to rear in this one. Has some quality and we could have withstood some competition again.
First place in our fall ewe lamb, lot number 1459, Hall Club Lambs and Katahdins. Next up will be your January ewe lambs. January ewe lambs.
Little different types and kinds out here. I think the ewe that wins a class, I think, just puts it together with all the right things and the right pieces. She's got enough muscle shape, and yet she's really good boned and really sound and stout featured at the ground. Really appreciate those things about her. She's long-sided. She's level in her hip. Is she the stoutest muscled one out here? I don't know if she's the stoutest muscled one, but she's the best collected one in terms of balance of traits, in terms of being good in her underline, good in her flank, and really, really stout at the ground. Really a freaky muscled, good shouldered one, short-bladed, high-headed one here in 2. Tremendous amount of shape from behind, really good in those pieces about her. Maybe she just needs a little more time to soften up in her body, but a sheep that has a lot of come to her in terms of quality that will not fall apart in any area. You here in 3, she's big, she's bolder, and she's a lot longer sided. 1 and 2, this one's starting to show me some maturity that as I think she starts to go, I think she'll fall out in her chest floor just a little bit in relative to the 2 ahead of her, but a tremendous amount of cage and body in her. Maybe just make her a little more flexible off her back end to get in higher in this class. The one here in 4 is real shapely, big, wrecked. If you want some muscle and some top side in them, that sheep's got it. This one, you put her in motion, she wants to get high in her top, gets off in her hooks to pins for me, doesn't balance up as the ones that are ahead of her. We end the class with one that's big and long-sided, has some muscle shape to her, just need to be a little more width and dimension from front to rear and her underside of her body.
We're now ready for the February ewe lambs. Here are the results from the Hampshire ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 684, Capo Hamps. Second, lot number 677, Dan Westlake Hamps. In third place, lot number 680, McCandlish Hampshires. In fourth place, lot number 672, Daniels Club Lambs. And in fifth place, lot number 1404, Carson Club Lambs.
Little greener made one time up here at the top of this class, but boy, is she up in terms of her chest floor. She's very shapely in her rack and very, very good about her blade set. Yet when you get up on top of her, she really comes together and puts together a lot of hip, a lot of upper stifle, and a lot of upper shape in that particular sheep. Maybe square up in her loin edge, but the one that has the femininity of design and still has some muscle expression and some good pieces in terms of when you put her out there. The one that's easily the one that moves around the ring the best is in second. I just don't think she has as much natural muscle shape as the one ahead of her, but yet has a nice rack shape, very smooth about her. I like to make her bigger pinned in terms of her upper hip and a little bit more shapely down low. And we end the class with a real stout made one, a little quicker in her kind for me, maybe not as elegant and not as feminine to the front 1/3. Doesn't move around the ring as well as the two that are ahead of her.
All right, our next class is going to be your show for champion Hampshire Wether Dam female. Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1479, Carson Club Lambs. Second place, lot number 681, Substitute, McCandlish Hampshires. And in third place, lot number 673, Daniel Club Lambs.
Really a nice Hamp ewe show out here. I think it's really between our yearling and the ewe lamb here in front of me. They're different in terms of when you want to study those two sheep in terms of what they are. You know, and you start to look at them. Yearling ewe, really feminine fronted, short bladed. She's really good down in her rib cage. She's big and bold in her back. And yet when you get up over and I stand, a lot of people think I'm looking at their front. Most of the time I'm just studying their body width. And when you get up on top of a sheep and look down their top line, sheep that really wedge out and show us a lot of shape from behind, it becomes very apparent and very obvious what that sheep has in terms of when you get on top of it. It's just as big and as bold in its upper hip, back into its stifle and base width as it is up front. Ewe lamb here, really very current in terms of her bone work. And in terms of that, you really appreciate the leg and the fuzziness that she has. I think a ewe lamb that when you really study her, she's just uniform in her body width. She doesn't really wedge, but she's extremely high quality in her own regard. I think when you study the two, which one's the easiest for me to breed, I'm going to use the yearling ewe for your champion and ewe lamb for your reserve.
The champion Hampshire Wether Dam came from the yearling ewe class, lot number 676, Dan Westlake Hampshires. The reserve champion was from January ewe lamb class, lot number 684, K-Po Hamps. This concludes our Hampshire Wether Sire and Dam show. We'd like to thank all the consigners Our next group is the Crossbred Wether sires and dams. Looks like we start out with a yearling ram.
Single entry out here, a buck that's got some length of side to him. You appreciate that. He's got some body and some width to him. A sheep that's great skinned from that standpoint. Just like to maybe make this one just a little bit bigger footed, maybe a little woollier legged in terms of being in a crossbred in today's world, but a buck that has some quality in terms of those things that we just discussed.
We're now ready for the fall ram lambs. First place in the class, lot number 742, Sean Feldner.
Both these bucks have something to offer. I just think there's just more of the sheep here. In first, buck that's really big and bold and very dimensional and just tons of shape down low and in his upper hip and lower hip. Shows me lots of stifle and in terms of those pieces. Still really, really good when you put him into motion. I think he's just a little bit sounder on his feet and legs in the buck here in two. I think a buck that maybe you'd like to trim him up or make him a little more cooler fronted, but a buck that if you want muscle and stoutness and bone, you go with this one here in one. If you want him just a little bit cooler, a little taller fronted, a little better maybe down in terms of the depth of his chest, I think both these sheeps are actually good in their underlying quality. I just think this buck, when you put him in two, when you put him in motion, legs are just getting a little bit more wild for me off his back end for me. Doesn't have near as much muscle shape when you stifle with when you put him into motion, but a buck that's good looking, long-sided. He's long in terms of his back into his hip, which is one of the things that we just need in our industry today. Nice pair of bucks, just a little bit different. You guys sort them out tomorrow.
We're now ready for the January Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 693, Daniels Club Lambs. Second, lot number 710, WF Club Lambs. We're now ready for the January Ram Lambs.
I think the buck lamb that wins this class wins it rather handily for the three that are in the ring. I think a buck that's very good in his balance. He moves around the ring very nicely. He's fighting the young man. But I just watch him when he goes out of the ring. He's the best balanced. He's the best structurally corrected one. I think he's the most dimensional when you get up on top of him in terms of being in the biggest rack. And yet still when you get behind him, he comes back with some dimension back into his hip. The buck here in second, just a little bit more of him than the buck here in third, a sheep that's just taller fronted. I think he's shorter bladed. Buck that when you put him into motion, you like to change him back there in his hock some, but a buck that has some muscle and some length of body. And the class with a buck that's got some muscle and some shape to him. Just like to stouten him up in terms of his feature of that muscle, give me more expression of muscle. He's got some width and dimension, need to be more expression in that particular individual.
Our next class will be your champion Wether sire. Champion Crossbred Wether sire. Let's bring the three winners, or the three class winners and the second place winners back in the ring, please. Here are the results from the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 739, Spot Hollow Farm. Second, lot number 702, Kaufman Family Farm. And in third place, lot number 743, Crystal Spring Club Lambs.
Wasn't tons of numbers of cross bucks out here, but I think there's a pair of bucks that I think that they just need to stay together in terms of the two sheep that have the most muscle and dimension and yet still have some eye appeal and some structure about them. We'll stay in the middle class here. Those two will be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to those folks.
Champion in our Crossbred Wether sire division went to the Fall Ram Lamb. First place, lot number 693, Daniel Club Lambs. Second, the reserve champion was lot number 710, WF Club Lambs. We're now ready to move into the Crossbred Female Wether Dam show. Let's bring in your yearling ewes. Crossbred yearling ewes are the next class.
As you can tell, I don't think in terms of just size, or I don't frame up these sheep, but I think in terms of quality, we have a pair of ewes that are just a little more current in where our industry is today. The ewe that's fighting the folks here in one, but boy, she's short-bladed. She's very dimensional, really stout from behind, lots of shape of leg, really good in her rib cage, real good in her underlying quality. Is she the biggest one? I'm not going to say that. She might be the smallest one, honestly, but I think that's the best one. I think the ewes here in second and third, you guys will have to sort that out tomorrow. I think they're the next two best sheep. I think in terms of studying them, I think the rib cage depth and the rib cage underlying quality in our UN2 goes here and falls for me where she belongs. I think she's the ewe that puts the most right things together in terms of front 1/3 of their body. Big, stout, lots of muscle in this ewe. She's got a little more condition than the two ahead of her, but a big backed one. She just doesn't have as good a rib cage as the two ahead of her and isn't quite as big in her tail head, but there's a nice, really good breed ewe kind of a ewe. Big frame, long necked, real cool looking one here in 4. You appreciate those things about her. Lots of length of body. She doesn't have the dimension of shape from behind, particularly down low in the lower 1/3 of her leg, but a sheep that gets around the ring very nicely. Really a nice quality ewe that just doesn't have as much terminal shape as some of them ahead of her. You know, the one here in 5 is one that's really cool looking, a little greener, a little bit, needs a little more time, a little more feed in her maybe. Maybe that changed maybe her position. She might move up just a little bit, but she doesn't quite handle with the muscle shape of the ones that are ahead of her, even though she is a little bit greener in her body condition.
Our next class is going to be your fall ewe lambs. Here are the results from the Crossbred Wether Dam Yearling Ewe Division. First place got on lot 1472, Dan Westlake Hamps. Second place, lot number 715, Rocking Bee Show Lambs. Third place, lot number 714, Rocking Bee Show Lambs. Fourth place, lot number 732, Hall Club Lambs at Katahdins. In fifth place, lot number 711, WF Club Lambs. Sixth place, lot number 731, Hall Club Lambs at Katahdins. Seventh place, lot number 733, Hall Club Lambs at Katahdins. Eighth place, lot number 700, Heartshoe Livestock. Ninth place, lot number 703, Substitute, Kaufman Family Farms.
Pair of ewe lambs up here on the top. I think they separate themselves in terms of quality. I think the ewe that wins the class, I think she even separates herself even that much more. Ewe lamb, it's very feminine in her design. She's really good in her shape. She's really good in her rib cage. love the bone work, and not only the bone work she has, but she blends extremely well in terms of the way it just all flows. It's not just an obnoxious amount of shag, but yet it actually makes a very good appearance about her. I think a short-bladed one, very shapely. You here in second's another one that's similar in terms of that length of body and has that look and carries herself nicely, holds her underline and her chest floor better than the you here in three when you put them into motion, but she doesn't have the dimension from behind as with the you here in first. You here in three is big backed. She's got lots of stoutness in terms of there. When you put her in motion, I think she just doesn't balance up as nice as the two. Her header isn't quite as feminine, but she has a lot of muscle about her. The one here in four is a powered up deal, a little bit shorter, more compact, a little bit more jammed up, if you will. But if you want muscle and you want to add some muscle and some shape, she's the one. We end the class with the one that just needs to have a little more dimension to her. She's good looking, really neat about her front 1/3 of her body. Need more shape from behind.
Our next class will be your January ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the ring, please. Here are the results from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 712, Bambauer Club Lambs. Second, lot number 713, Bambauer Club Lambs. Third place, lot number 1448, Perry Club Lambs. Fourth place was lot number 694, Daniels Club Lambs. Fifth place, lot number 736, Crosswinds Farm. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
Well, there's a little flavor for everybody in this class, different breeds and different whatever you want to look at. But I think the class winner wins it in a smoke. I think there's a good-looking one that still, when you get up on top of her and handle her, she handles with lots of shape. She's very dimensional. She's cool-fronted, and yet she pulls apart really good in her upper hip. She's really good in terms of the shape of her leg. Really, really good when she gets around the ring. That one's real nice. You here in second, I think she's the next best one in terms of being good in terms of the depth of her body. She's shallow enough in her rib cage. She's short enough in her blade. She's long enough in her side. She isn't the stoutest ones from behind, but I think she's the next best balanced one. Appreciate the bone work and the stoutness of foot that she brings to the table. Big ribbed one here in 3. Lots of shape. Don't like her as well on the move as the 2 ahead of her, but I think when they finally get her propped up and put together, I think she puts together a lot of good things in terms of being really good in her flank relative to her chest. A little more open in her upper rib cage than the one here in 4. The one in 4 is the muscled up sheep. Lots of shape, short bladed. Like to change her from hooks to pins just a little bit leveler when she gets into motion. Lots of extra length of side and lots of shape for that one. The white one here we got next, I think a sheep that really is cool in terms of when you put him in right there in that propped up position. Put him into motion, and that one just kind of wants to come apart. Narrows up from behind, not as much dimension, but has very good balance about her in terms of having some foot size, some woolly legs, and all those things. Then we end the class with a really one that's got a lot of performance, lots of muscle, lots of rib cage in her. Just doesn't balance up as nice, not quite as neat as the top end. Class winner's real nice. Congratulations to this group.
Our next class is going to be your February ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the ring. Here are the results from the January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 707, Dan Westlake Hampshires. In second place, lot number 699, Clay Ridge Sheep. Third place, lot number 1473, Cornerstone Livestock Company. Fourth place, lot number 1469, Caniddle Livestock. Fifth place, lot number 1455, J&M Club Lambs. In sixth place, lot number 718, McCandless Hampshires. Seventh place, lot number 740, Spot Hollow Farm. Eighth place, lot number 716, Rocking Bee Show Lambs. Ninth place, lot number 725, J&M Club Lambs. 10th place, lot number 704, Substitute, Kaufman Family Farm. 11th, lot number 706, Perry Club Lambs. 12th place, lot number 737, Sarver Club Lambs. 13th, lot number 741, ES Shropshires. 14th, lot number 745, Crystal Spring Club Lambs. And in 15th, lot number 734, Bob Parks.
Another really nice class winner here in this particular class is Silver U. Boy, she is stout. I mean, there's a big-backed, big-hipped, very dimensional type of a sheep that's really open and big and bold in her rib cage. She's not the most feminine or freaky one like our last class winner, but boy, when you and I talk about just some muscle and some quality in terms of cage and yet being very wedged and very dimensional from behind, sheep has a lot of good about them. I look forward to see those two next to each other. The ewes in here in 2, 3, and 4 are a little bit different in kind. I think this ewe just falls very nicely here into second, as she's a little more higher condition than the two behind her, but a ewe that's very dimensional, big and bold, and way opened up in her back and really good in her hip structure. Good bone, very neat about her. Underlying qualities, very good about her. She just isn't as freaky shaped in terms of her muscle expression, but has a lot of volume. A little bit greener one here in 3, but I think there's a lot of quality in this sheep from I handled it all the way till when you get it on the side. Sheep's good in its underline, short in its blade, still dimensional from behind. Maybe put a little more foot size on that one like we would say on the one here in 4. Another good looking one from the side here in 4, but just doesn't have the foot size or the wool on her legs, but one that has some shape and some dimension and some expression of hip from behind.
All right, we're now ready to show for your champion, Crossbred Wether Dam. Let's bring our first and second place winners back into the ring, please. Here are the results from the February ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 719, McCandless Hampshires. Second place, lot number 717, Rocking Bee Show Lambs. In third place, lot number 735, Bob Parks. Fourth place was lot number 705, Kaufman Family Farm. Fifth place, lot number 724, Perkins Club Lambs. Sixth was lot number 701, Hartshoe Club Lambs, or Hartshoe Livestock. In seventh place, lot number 738, Sarver Club Lambs. Eighth place, lot number 723, Perkins Club Lambs.
I'm just a part of putting a sale order together. You guys can sort them out. There's a little differences in type and kind out here. At the same point in time, I'm pretty confident that the top end of the first and seconds, there was some quality out here in our used show, and I think that you guys should be excited about having the opportunity to bid on some of these. There's some ones out here that there's some differences in what you guys might like in terms of what you put them together. I always look for balance, some eye appeal, and yet still some shape and some dimension, but yet you want to put it together in a really good-looking package or a real feminine look, a ewe that's really short-bladed and really dimensional, and yet she wedges up extremely well. I think there's a pair of them out here that do the most in terms of having some femininity of design and yet have some meat and muscle in them when you really study them. Still about a show ring, and we're not just trying to make these things ugly. In my opinion, it's the kind I like is the ones that are a little more exotic, a little more up and out, but yet I like a lot of muscle if I can get it accomplished. I think the young lady here with the silver ewe Rambouillet grand, we're going to follow this young lady right here in front of me for reserve. Congratulations to those two.
The champion Crossbred Wether Dam came from the January ewe lamb class, lot number 707, Dan Westlake, Hampshire's. The reserve champion, lot number 712 from the fall ewe lamb class, Bambauer Club Lambs. This concludes our Crossbred Wether Sire and Dam show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for bringing their sheep into the Ohio Showcase sale. I'd like to thank all the consigners today for being prompt and getting their sheep into the show arena. That helped us keeping the show moving along fast. We're going to be stopping now at 6 o'clock, which is right now. They're starting to run the sale up in the Coliseum. So you can put your sheep away and head on up there. I understand there's more bargains than they ever imagined. So head on up to the Coliseum. The sale's just about ready to begin up there.